You're doing that, I've got a few announcements. A pair of sunglasses, NYS sunglasses, were found at the back of the hall. So if somebody thinks that they're theirs and they want to come up later to collect them, that's fine. And also Congress. It's been brought to my attention that during the course of this week, a term for sexual violence was used as a metaphor for the government's policies towards public services. I know that passions run high, but I would like to advise all delegates that this is not an appropriate use of language, either in the Congress Hall or in fringe meetings. Thank you. And I know for the rest of the time you've been really good, but I just need to remind you of that. Please note that some motions in your programme for this morning have been withdrawn or found to be out of order for debate, and I will advise you of these motions during the session. An emergency motion has been scheduled for debate during the session. This is Emergency Motion 3, and this will be debated with the Social Policy, Equality and Inclusion motions. First of all, can I call Karen Dudley to give the Standing Orders Committee report number 5.
President, Congress, Karen Dudley, Standing Orders Committee Chair, moving SOC report number 5. Bucket collections. The amount collected yesterday by Midlands Region for the Amazon strikers was £900. Plus 500 pesos and a cent. I'm beginning to see there's something happening here. What else is in the bucket? Right. President, Congress, I formally move adoption of SOC report number 5.
Thank you, Karen. I'm assuming there's no opposition to that report. So all those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's adopted. Thank you. And just to say about the bucket collections, as I said before, regions will be invited to top those up, and also it will go to the finance and general purposes, and I'm sure we can add to that as well to make it well over 1,000. Thank you. I now invite Jan Smith, National Secretary of the Retired Members Association, to address Congress.
Morning, Congress, President, General Secretary Barbara and Gary, colleagues and friends. It gives me great pleasure to give to you the National RMA report. And I'd like to say it was a great privilege and appreciation on behalf of Margie Clark and myself to be able to take part in the banner parade showing our RMA national banner. Since last year and the amalgamation, we have now got some new members on our national committee. But on our older members, we give our sincere thanks to those who have left us. And at our last meeting, we had a presentation to 4 members of our committee. They received the silver badge. They were presented by Gary on our behalf. And they were Billy Golding, John Stevenson, Anne Leader, and George Tettle. We wish them well and thank them sincerely for all the work that they have done on behalf of the RMA and the GMB. Our meetings are held at Mary Turner House, and they are face-to-face, or we have hybrid meetings on Teams. But I have to say, the hybrid meeting system really doesn't work because it keeps letting people down and people can't get in, etc. And Gary witnessed this at our last meetings. We have had speakers to our committee meetings, and they were John Eccles, who is downstairs in the foyer, speaking on the UIA insurance and GMB Protect. On 2 occasions, we've had Gary, and he has given us updates on the GMB and ways forward. And from this, we are collating suggestions, which will be discussed at our next meeting on our ways forward. And doing that, I give thanks to the region, or London region, who withdraw Resolution 305 to allow us to continue our talks with Gary and the RMA. But in giving thanks to delegates, I've done that bit, sorry. Going forward, and within these suggestions, as to the new sections that has been done, can I remind Gary in the CEC, the bulk of us still pay grade 1 membership, and we carry out discussions by going to disciplinary and appeals. But we will not be classed as second-class citizens. Our voice has to be heard, because this, with not being allowed have a voice within the industrial new sections, it is a bit like the equalities when the other year we weren't allowed a voice. That was criticised in the Monaghan report, but thankfully we got that voice back. So please, we need a voice within these sections. Our constitution, because of the amalgamations, which we are now down to 7 regions instead of 9, is being looked at, and those suggestions are being looked at and will be discussed at our next meeting. Each region have been invited to send in what they consider ought to be changed within our constitution. That meeting will take place in July, and again it will be a hybrid. It should have been a hybrid, but we've changed it round to allow face-to-face discussions on that. We are holding a conference this year that will be the 17th of October. Again, it will be at Mary Turner House. And can I remind that motions and visitors have to be in by the 1st of August. And please send them either to myself or to Pat Gannon. We have had the RMA stall downstairs, and I give thanks to John Stevenson and Roger Bolston, who have manned that stall all the week. And I thank those who have given raffle prizes, and to you who have bought raffle tickets. This has amounted, I am told this morning, to around £880. But if there's any region who haven't donated anything or would like to top that money up, we would sincerely appreciate it, because from our raffles and the percentage we get from regions, that is where we get our finance from. I give sincere thanks to Steve Kemp, our coordinator. Since Steve's been back out of retirement, working with us as our coordinator, he has done wonders. And I also send, on behalf of Congress, to Steve and his family for this difficult time he has gone through. Our thoughts and prayers are with you, Steve. God bless you. Sincere thanks to Monica Smith, our Honorary President. Monica, unfortunately, couldn't be with us on this occasion, but she will be with us at our national conference, and we look forward to seeing her. To Pat Gannon. Pat, you work wonders. You are a brick. You are there all the time. Anything we need or anything needs doing, you do it. Thank you so very much. We appreciate that. And I also give thanks to my region, to Warren Kenny, Ida Climo, Penny Robertson, and our new Warren's new secretary, Amita, for the help and support that you give to myself. That means an awful lot to know that there is someone there I can turn to. But going back to our conference, we will be having speakers at that conference, and those speakers will be Gary, our General Secretary, Barbara, our President, and George, the National Pensions Officer. So they will have a lot to contribute to us, give us their thoughts and what they wish us to do. We look forward to that and hope that the delegates will enjoy it. Last but not least, colleagues, I give sincere thanks to my husband, Colin, who sits at the back of the hall. He's been here all week on his scooter. He supports me all the time, taking phone calls, messages, you name it, he's there. And colleagues, we spent our honeymoon at Congress 39 years ago. Colin, you've had a lot to put up with. Thank you so much. Love you lots. As we move forward, we will all work together, be reunited and united together. God bless you all, and I recommend my report to you. Safe journey home, everybody, tomorrow. But in finalising, if anyone wants to know any further information about the RMA, you can contact myself or through your regional secretary, etc. And if you read page 54 in this little book, you will see there is a good write-up about the RMA Retired Members Association. And to regions, the calls that I get were people who wish to remain active within the GMB, wants to become a life member. I always forward them on. If I don't know where to go, I do it through my London region, who pass it on to the appropriate regions. So therefore, we are doing a lot of retention of membership, which is very, very important, as well as recruitment. God bless, and thank you all.
Thank you, Jan, for your report and for all the work that the RMA do. I know there's a vast wealth of experience that we mustn't lose in this union, and I look forward to coming to your conference in October, and a happy 39th anniversary to you and your husband. We now move on to section 4, Union Organisation, Education and Training. So motions 63, 64, 65, 66. If those movers and secretars could come down to the front as soon as possible, and I'll take movers 63 as soon as they're there. The CEC is supporting all these motions, so we'll do what we did yesterday and take them as single vote unless there's any opposition speakers or qualifications are not accepted.
Paul Stoney, Southern Region, moving motion number 63, Neurodiversity Training. Conference. For many years, diversity and inclusion has been at the heart of GMB Union. Yet, what GMB fails to do is any neurodiversity training. Neurodiversity is a wide range of differences in individual brain function and behaviour traits, regarded as the normal variation in the human population. This includes ADHD, autism, Tourette's, just to name a few. Without understanding neurodiversity and knowing people may have a condition, people may think that people are being rude especially in meetings, when they fidget, say something without waiting their turn, how they behave, just as a sample. You may be surprised to know that it's estimated that 1 in 7 people, at least, or about more than 15% of people in the UK, are neurodivergent, meaning that over 90 delegates attending this conference, or almost one region delegation, has a neurodivergent condition of some sort. And also, more people who have a neurodivergent condition are more likely to be LGBTI+ as well. While a lot of neurodivergent conditions been around and been recognised for over 100 years, some have only been recognised in the past 10 years by the NHS. Someone with a neurodivergent condition often have a talent or interest which, once discovered, should be encouraged to develop and use. And for employers and trade unions like GMB should take the opportunity to use the person with the talent or interest. It only been less than 1 year ago that I was diagnosed having an ADHD condition, which I'm still being assessed and treated for to get the right treatment, if the treatment can be found, as well as having other neurodivergent conditions like DCD, dyslexia, and of course being a gay man. I'm grateful for the support the Southern Region has provided. I'm proud that GMB Southern Region last year introduced a neurodiversity training for all reps, which I was one of the reps that took part in the first training session. Reps who have training have a better understanding of neurodiversity and are able to support members in meetings, etc., who have a neurodivergent condition. This helps the reps to support the members much better, and training should be provided in all regions to all reps and also to all GMB officers and personnel in all regions as part of their national training programme. All regions and national should contact the Southern Region Education Officer, Alan Fraser, to get training details so they can run a neurodiversity training in their region. And you have to put up with Alan Fraser like I have done in training. You know, he probably needs this to keep him quiet from the bad jokes he tells. But let's show to everyone that we as a union are inclusive, diversified and open to all who have a neurodivergent condition, and that we are a 21st century union, and most of all, we are a family that support each other no matter what the situation or our background. Please support this motion. I move.
Thank you, Paul. Seconder.
Wow, this is scary. Whew. President, Congress, good morning. Jose Gomez, Southern Region, second motion, number 63, Neurodiversity Training. First time delegate, first time speaker. Thank you. Last year, GMB Southern Region introduced neurodiversity training for all reps in our region. This training is an important tool for our reps and should be introduced to our GMB officers and staff. This will give them tools to be able to assist our reps and members with neurodiversity conditions, to navigate the minefield that issues with employment and their everyday lives may bring. This will make the GMB more inclusive and diversified and will greatly help all. As my comrade just stated, when moving this motion, neurodiversity has a wide range of differences in individuals' brain functions and behavioural traits. Regarded as part of a normal variation in the human population, this includes ADHD, autism, Tourette's, just to name a few. Without the understanding of the neurodiversity, some people tend to prejudge those with the differences conditions. This training will go a long, long way to expel those judgments. It is vital for all regions to have neurodiversity training as part of their training programme. Please support this motion. I second. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Mover of 64.
President, Congress, Anne Weeks, London Region, Vice Chair of London Ability, first-time delegate, first-time moving a motion. Listen up, Congress. I have 4 minutes. I could use this time to talk about statistics. As of 2022, the largest disability employment gap is 50 to 64 years old, making up 40% of the working-age disabled population. Long-term health conditions increased by 2.6 million. 2.1 million reported their conditions limited their day-to-day activities, and 850 were limited a lot. Congress, my minutes are reducing. I could use them to talk about the wide range of unseen disabilities and difficulties impacting our workforce: diabetes, cancer, cardio, respiratory, neurodivergent, neurological, cognitive, sensory, physical. Congress, time is going fast. I could use it to talk about terminology and the use of hidden, which for many implies that disabled people are hiding in favour of terms such as unseen or non-visible, to recognise that many disabilities are not visually obvious to the onlooker. Congress, time ticks away fast. Should I use what I have left to talk about the challenges people with unseen disabilities face in the workplace or community? The 49.9 million government-funded access to work is fizzling in a hole as disabled workers miss opportunities to utilise 66,000 each for reasonable workplace adjustments. Most people only see physical manifestations of disabilities. Conscious or unconscious biases automatically think wheelchair, crutches, walkers or canes. Discrimination and prejudice, accusations of faking it or taking advantage, higher rates of grievances or disciplinaries, lack of credibility in roles, and abuse and bullying from neighbours, shoppers, and unfortunately, other visibly disabled people. Congress, my time is almost up. We've spent the last few minutes together. You've noticed my hair, what I'm wearing, the colour of my skin, and the sound of my voice. But how many of you noticed that I'm only moving my right arm and that my left arm is limited? If you've spoken to me, did you notice my hearing aids? If you're related to Superman, use your X-ray vision to see the fibromyalgia, chronic fatigue, and intracranial hypertension inside of me. And as confident as I may appear, how would you know my struggles with attending conference or public speaking due to my complex post-traumatic stress disorder? So reasonable adjustments, please. Let me finish. I wear a mask and don't generally shake hands, not because I'm unsociable or imitating Hannibal Lecter, but because I'm vulnerable. A cold for you could be hospital for me. There but for the grace of God go I. You may be feeling great today, but if any of you have been fortunate enough not to be born disabled, then like myself, you could end up with an acquired disability, the majority of which will be an unseen wheelchair or an invisible crutch. Congress, directly or indirectly, this issue affects every single person in this room. And it's amazing that the CEC and National Equalities Disability Forum supports this London Abilities campaign. Hilda Tavalara, you have been a rock, and I will miss you. All of our motions are important, and as we spend our last day together, I ask you to stand united with me and the London region in my final words. There may be mountains that we will have to climb, and there may be battles that we will have to fight, but victory or defeat, it's up to us to decide. How can we expect to win if we don't unite? We just can't give up now. Come too far from where we started from. Nobody told us the road would be easy, and I don't believe we've come this far to leave. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Anne. Seconded. Congress, just don't think you can all get up and sing a song to get extra time. Not happening.
President, Congress, thank you. Stephen Jones, London Region, seconding this motion. Firstly, wow, how do I better that, Anne? I was about to say, absolutely remarkable, thank you. And I certainly didn't expect the singing as well. So absolutely fantastic. Anyway, I'm here to second the motion, unseen wheelchair and invisible crutch. Firstly, I'm proud and honoured to be seconding this motion, and as Anne said, she is the Assistant Secretary, or Assistant Chair, of Ability of London Region. I happen to be the organiser of Ability for London as well, and we're all very proud of what Ability are doing, so full credit to it. So that's the free plug from me. I wholeheartedly support this motion, having represented countless members with unseen disabilities, as well as suffering from one myself since 1980, and nobody's seen it. I have experienced the negative side of having an unseen disability as well. I'm only too aware of the negative impact on the responses from employees can have on those affected. It seems appropriate to name a few of the huge range, so it's not a definitive list, of such unseen disabilities. These include, amongst many others, MS, multiple sclerosis, fibromyalgia, IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, diabetes, arthritis, or rheumatoid arthritis, cardiac problems, and many, many others. The list goes on. In some organisations, including the NHS, our members may suffer from painful arthritis, but are told by management, and you're not going to believe this, oh, you need to toughen up, get a grip. Such comments are not just unhelpful, but are totally and utterly unacceptable, and we must stop this. Strenuous steps need to be taken to make employees aware that unseen disabilities can affect anyone at any time, and necessary reasonable adjustments need to be made. I second this motion. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Mover 65.
Congress. President. Emma Wallace, Southern Region, bringing motion 65, understanding self-employment within the gig economy. First time Congress, first time Speaker. What is the gig economy, I hear you say? Well, we are hoping to make history here in the commercial services sector by bringing gig economy under the spotlight and exposing the realities of the service providers who are somewhere on the sliding scale between self-employed and employment. Companies like Every, Uber and Deliveroo. I've personally worked in the industry as a self-employed courier for 20 years and have witnessed more negative changes than I care to remember. For many of us, it began as such a pleasurable little job, and it has naturally grown through e-commerce, development and COVID lockdown, when some careers' volumes suddenly increased by up to 400% overnight. However, the goalposts are ever-changing, and we never know which loophole we will be asked to jump through the next day. We are self-employed individuals who brunt all the business costs, yet we must follow company instruction to the letter to be in with any chance of achieving our ever-expanding bonus criteria. For many years, we faced the plight of having no support at all, where genuine, hard-working people lost their jobs if they didn't provide a replacement to cover their workload in cases of illness or emergency. Disciplinaries can get handed out like sweets, and parcels are daily put before people. Events like vehicle breakdown, sickness, hospitalisation, and even tragic circumstances like having to sit at a loved one's bedside to say goodbye, or family funerals are just seen as an inconvenience. Without the legal protections afforded to employees, in the gig economy, people are treated as secondary to profit. We have had cases where couriers have been sacked in the back of ambulances, couriers have received calls whilst in hospital asking them what is happening with the parcels. Some couriers have even been attacked with weapons for their vehicle and its contents. Very sadly, one of our colleagues ultimately lost his life this way. All of this and more is faced every day by people who just want to earn a fair living and to provide for their families. On the back of an employment tribunal against Every, GMB secured a recognition agreement which was the catalyst to where we are today. We are such an anomaly that many people have never actually heard of the gig economy, or they certainly don't understand it. This lack of understanding is even within the GMB itself. As we have found, there is very little legislation and no current policies in the GMB rulebook regarding self-employment in the gig economy. This makes it very hard to get the job done with half of the tools missing. We hope by making this change, it will open the doors for other gig economy service providers in the commercial services sector to become unionised as well. So I call on this Congress to help us by providing policy and making better training available for lay officials and officers to understand the struggles and difficulties we face and to research and take action regarding the gaps in policy and law for the self-employed people in this industry. Congress, please support this motion. I move.
Thank you, Emma. Seconder.
Vice President, Congress, Syed Raza, GMB Southern Region, seconding motion 65 on understanding gig economy, self-employment in the gig economy. GMB has long and decades of experience and expertise in supporting workers in self-employment, workers who are self-employed. Many gig economy workers are self-employed and different laws and policies applies. Please support this motion to provide additional training to GMB officers and lay members supporting workers who are in gig economy. Thank you. I second.
Thank you, Syed. Mover 66.
President, Congress, Lindita Saliasi, Southern Region, proposing motion 66, modern-day slavery training. Modern slavery is horrendous and often a hidden crime. Modern-day slavery is made up of two principal parts, forced labor and forced marriage. Both refer to situations of exploitation that a person cannot refuse or cannot leave because of the threats, violence, coercion, deception, or abuse of power. What are the 5 types of modern slavery, you ask? Child sex trafficking, bonded labor or debt bondage, domestic servitude, forced child labor, unlawful recruitment and use of child soldier. In 2016, 3,805 potential victims were identified and referred in the UK. In the year to March 2017, the police in England and Wales recorded 2,255 modern slavery crimes. However, many more crimes and victims go undetected. GMB activists can be on the front line of identifying these crimes and victims. Training should provide awareness for our union reps to identify and spot the signs. GMB providing training will support them to know what they are looking for and how to act to expose the crimes and ensure the safety of survivors. Modern-day slavery has a devastating impact on the survivors. Even once they have been freed from the situation, it still has long-term impact and is very difficult for them to start again. They need more professional and psychological support, and the government needs to do more. I have a few questions for you, which I need your participation. As GMB reps, how many of you would have the confidence to spot the signs of modern-day slavery? Here is the answer. If you identified modern-day slavery in a workplace you were dealing with, how many of you would know what to do with that information? No hands up. This is the answer. Don't we all want to have the training and be able to spot the signs and protect and save the victims? Because I do. Congress, please support this motion. I move.
Thank you, colleague. Seconder.
President Congress, Leila Kassam, Southern Region, seconding motion 66, modern-day slavery training. I fully support everything Lindita has just said. For my speech, I wanted to focus on the government's recent decision to reclassify modern slavery as an issue of illegal immigration. It's just another example of this government's callous and heartless actions. The decision means that survivors of modern-day slavery, once identified, can be punished as if they are criminals. It is inhumane to treat victims this way. They need support, not persecution. GMB must stand up against this ignorant government who continue to treat human beings without compassion and with cruelty. Training for reps on modern-day slavery will help to not only ensure we can identify the issue, but also the right way to support survivors. Please support. I second.
Thank you, colleague. Can I now call on Carol Robertson to give the CEC qualification? And while Carol's coming up, can motions 58 and 60 come to the front, please? 62 has been withdrawn by Midlands.
President Congress, Carol Robertson, responding to the debate for the CEC. The CEC is supporting motion 64, and we are seeking to support motions 63, 65 and 66 with qualifications. On motion 63, the CEC recognises and welcomes Southern Region's important campaigning work on this issue. Our qualification is that the Equality and Inclusions Department training priorities are currently focused on providing reps with the skills to implement equality campaigns in their branches and workplaces. This year, the GMB is looking to develop an unseen disability campaign with associated resources and training, which will include signposting about neurodiversity, and this priority should be able to continue. On motion 65, our qualification is that research on the issues in the gig and platform economies are ongoing, and that this is an evolving area. Training in these areas should therefore be approached on a case-by-case basis as part of the GMB at Work consolidation training. On a similar basis, we are seeking to qualify motion 66 to say that training on modern-day slavery should be targeted for those reps who feel that their employers are particularly susceptible to modern-day slavery and exploitation. Congress, please support motion 64 and please support the other motions in this group with the qualifications that I have outlined.
Thank you, Carol. Does Southern Region accept the qualifications for 63, 65 and 66? Thank you. Colleagues, all these four motions have been supported. I'll take them all in one vote. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Thank you. That's 63, 64, 65 and 66 have been carried. Can I now have the Speaker of motion 58 to the rostrum, please.
Conference, worthy President, worthy Vice President, Kevin Flanagan, North Western Irish Region. If may indulge just for 1 second, Vice President. This morning, some of you will have seen the NUJ strikers outside the BBC Bristol, and I said we'd give a quick shout out this morning for them, for their campaign to keep news local. So show your support for the NUJ strikers across the country to support and to protect those things that are important. Solidarity to the NUJ strikers and our brothers and sisters involved in that battle. Worthy President, Kevin Flanagan, North Western Irish Region, moving motion 58. It saddens me to have to come up here because I love this movement. I've spent 49 years fighting. Next year I'll have celebrated 50 years in this great movement. But many of you will know I have fought for lifelong learning and for the integrity of learning in this movement and in the country because it's the lifeline for many members. And many of you will know that I fight for the integrity of this conference and for the rules of this union. I do not flinch from that, and I will not be detracted from that. Conference. It was a motion that helped in 2017 that my branch brought to the region, and my very worthy region, who's done massive work on education. I pay appreciation to the previous regional secretary, the current regional secretary, for the great work they do. Fantastic stuff, and it's been a privilege to serve them, hopefully with integrity in doing that. However, last year, the lifelong learning motion that was passed at this conference, the supreme policy-making body of the union, the rule is quite clear. The rule says this body is supreme. You are supreme. You decide the policy, nobody else. Not the General Secretary and the CEC work within the policy you set. So to find that that policy disappeared overnight almost without proper consultation, without engagement, and to remove the universal offer and the way it operates was wrong and against the rules of this union. It is a key issue of accountability. It is accountability given by this floor to the top table to do certain things in certain ways. And I deeply regret that we've gone back to a postcode lottery whereby each region now can decide what it believes is best for its members. I agree with that, but it should be a universal offer. Why should a member in one region living across the road from a member in another region have a different offer? And we know, sadly, some regions will not be as organised in education and training as they should be. And we want everybody, because they carry a common union card, to have the universal offer of lifelong learning. And I want the integrity of those motions restored. I'm not asking for gold. I'm asking for the integrity of bringing a report back here to this conference about lifelong learning, to develop the national strategy, and to let you decide when we know what that strategy is. I don't know what it was, and I was sat on the committee till I was sacked. So therefore it is time that we spoke up and you assert your authority about the integrity of this conference and the right way to do it. There's no report in the General Secretary's report about education and lifelong learning. There is no stall downstairs. There are no banners, unlike all the previous years. It is not good enough. And I fight for that with my heart, with my passion. And when they put me in a wooden box, I'll go down. At least I hope you'll carve on it. He had tried for the integrity of this movement. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Kevin. Seconder. Is that formally second? Can I call a motion 60, please?
Vice President, Congress, Taranjit Chana, London Region, moving motion 60, menopausal leave. Congress, there are over 30 different menopausal symptoms including hot flushes, heart palpitations, migraine, mood changes, loss of memory, tiredness, not an exhaustive list. The symptoms affect nearly every working person experiencing symptoms of the menopause. Congress, to clarify, this motion includes women, non-binary people and trans men who may also experience the menopause. This government's position in not ensuring menopause is a priority is a missed opportunity. For too long, those who experience the menopause have faced stigma, shame and dismissive attitudes. It's also telling that the language used by this government on the menopause excludes many who do not identify as women but still experience the menopause. Instead, this government encourages employers to be compassionate and flexible to the needs of their employers. Congress, we know that if you leave workers' rights and entitlements to the discretion and the compassion of employers, of bosses, that discretion or encouragement or compassion is never in the interest of us, the workers. Employees suffer high volumes of workplace absences due to workers having to take menopause leave as sickness rather than being recognised as menopausal leave. This government offered reduced HRT for 12 months from April 2023. Get back to work, take a pill strategy. This excludes many who cannot afford HRT even at the reduced rates, or cannot take HRT or do not want to. Congress, let's continue to roll out the GMB training on the menopause and campaign to legislate menopausal leave to be a protected characteristic. Please support, I move.
Thank you. Seconder.
Vicky Hood, London Region, move in motion 60 on menopausal leave. So I've just turned 30, so the menopause still feels like a long way off, and I'm so glad because menopausal people in this country are so often ridiculed and maligned for experiencing natural human bodily changes. The image of the hysterical, emotional woman going through the change is just another way in which the patriarchal status quo is upheld. Research by the Fawcett Society found that 1 in 10 women aged between 45 and 55 have left employment because of menopause symptoms. We are losing women from the workforce because we still refuse to talk about women's health openly and address issues fairly. The same research found that on average 14% of menopausal women say that they have reduced their hours and 8% had not applied for a promotion. Of course, some trans and non-binary people also experience the menopause, and there are no stats on attrition rates because there's so little knowledge about and care for transgender health in the UK medical system. When women and trans people set back from work because of the menopause, we not only lose their years of skills, expertise, talents, but we also lose female and queer leadership and role models, not only from our workforce, but from our movement as well, and nobody wins except the old guard. I've been really fortunate in my working life to have had support and leadership from some incredible women. Linda, Vesna, Julie, Carol, Joanne, Shan, Julie number 2, Carol number 2. Without them, I wouldn't have had the ambition, drive or confidence that I do today. And that's to say nothing of the women who I'm privileged enough to share stage with this week and hear speak and sing as well. Recommendations to make the menopause a protected characteristic and also to pilot menopause leave by the Cross-Party Women and Equalities Committee were rejected by the government this year, apparently in part because of fear it could discriminate against disabled men. I am so sick of the excuse that improving the rights of one group discriminates against another and the pitting of marginalised people against each other by those in power. Congress, in 20 years, I don't want to have to face the same stigma, shame and discrimination that my foremothers have fought against. And if I do face that, as well as the knowledge and skills to challenge the rhetoric, I want the legal protections to be in place so that with the backing of my union, I can hold my employer accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. Can I now call Drew Minnery to give the qualification?
Folks, I was taking instruction. Hard for me. President Congress, June Minnery, speaking on the motions for the CEC. Congress, the CEC is asking North West and Irish region to withdraw motion 58. Our lifelong learning strategies must be cost effective. They must also be affordable and relevant to our industrial priorities. As set out in the CEC's written stance to the region, we cannot just enter into agreements to provide courses at a significant financial cost to the Union and to our members that have little uptake. Congress policy supported the Union Learning Fund, but that money has now gone and our overwhelming focus must be on making our Union affordable to its members. We also disagree with the motion statement that regional initiatives will lead to a postcode lottery. To the contrary, we believe that the regional initiatives will lead to training that is more industrially relevant to our members. Congress, the CEC is supporting motion 60 with qualifications. We welcome the motion's calls for enhanced protections against discrimination linked to the menopause. It is long-standing GMB policy to campaign for the enactment of Section 14 of the Equality Act to permit dual discrimination cases. We note that the House of Commons Women and Equalities Committee report, as referred to by the motion, said that any new protected characteristics of menopause will need careful drafting and consultation, and that this assessment would take place after Section 14 was enacted. Our qualification is that our focus should be on securing the right to bring dual discrimination cases, and the call for a new protected characteristic should be considered in light of the effectiveness of the new system. We also have concerns that opening up the Equality Act to amendment now could enable the current Tory government to roll back equalities law with enormous and negative consequences for our members. We should pursue change to the Equality Act when there is no longer a political environment that poses a risk to our members. Finally, the motion may inadvertently describe non-binary people and trans men as women. Although we appreciate that this appears to be an accident in the drafting of the motion, we wish to qualify the motion and clarify that women, non-binary people and trans men may all experience the menopause. Congress, the CEC is asking that you support motion 60 with the qualifications I have outlined. The CEC also asks that motion 58 be withdrawn, and if not withdrawn, then delegates please vote against the motion when they go to vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you, June. I'm going to take motion 60 first. No reply to a CEC speaker. I'll come back to you in a minute. I'll take 60 first. Does London accept the qualification? Thank you. That is being supported. All those in favour, please take. Anyone against? That's carried. Back to 58. I've been informed that the Speaker moved the motion and also seconded himself. You cannot second a motion yourself. The region wasn't supporting this motion. No seconder came from the region, so that motion falls. Thank you. Now move on now. Could motion... No right to reply, sorry. Motion 219, please.
That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. There was calls on this floor for a second, and it was seconded. I am speaking without regional support, but they're trying to bury it because they want to deny your legal rights under the rule book to have this motion debated properly and to restore the integrity of what we're about. I love this movement. I've no battle on the top table. I'm only asking for a strategy to be brought back. I'm not committing you to cost. Just bring the strategy back and have it voted on properly. At this supreme body, you are the supreme delegates. You decide, but now they're shutting me down completely. They've never asked for why others weren't seconded before. It's convenient, and that is not acceptable. I'm sure I heard other voices seconding that motion, and I am speaking without regional support. I ask you to support that motion, Congress, because it's your right to assert the authority in the right way, in love of this movement. I'm not against you. It is in love of this movement and the rules of this movement that I feel passionately about it. Thank you, Honorary President.
Thank you, Kevin. Congress does make the rules, and that's the rule they made, and I'm trying to adhere to the rules the best I can. And they say that it got to be seconded by someone else, no one else seconded it, so the motion falls, unless Congress says different. Does Congress want this motion to be put forward? Please show of hands. Right, Congress, they speak, so I will now put motion 58 to the floor. All those, first of all, CEC is asking you to oppose this motion. All those in favour, please show. Sorry, I'll see. I can't. Listen, let me just explain again. The CEC are asking you to oppose this motion, so I've got to take for and against. So to put it right, if you're opposing it, you vote against. Is that all right? To oppose it, you vote against. All those in favour, please show.
Territory London Region, please can you just clarify, because people are getting confused. So when you say in favour of, is it in favour of the CEC's position or in favour of the motion going to the floor? I think that needs to be clarified. Thank you.
When the CEC asks you to oppose a motion, then to oppose it, you vote against it, not for it. So is that plain out? So to vote for this motion, you're voting for the motion. To vote against it, you're going with the CEC to oppose it. Is that all clear now? Are we still not? You're not clear? Well, how would you like it to be? Right, okay, sorry. That's what I've got here. All those in favour of the motion, please show. All those against the motion, please show. That's carried. Can I now go for motion 219, please?
Vice President, Congress, Kay Doherty from North Western Irish Region, moving motion 219. Funding in Northern Ireland has always been less per child than in England and Wales. The latest analysis, which compares schools across the UK, the IFS, the Institute for Fiscal Studies, said that Northern Ireland spent similar amounts to England and Wales per pupil in 2023. The Education Authority in Northern Ireland faces an unprecedented funding gap of more than 200 million in 2023-24 and have been warning in recent months of the impact this will have on core services and ultimately on our children and young people. But the current reality is the Education Authority has seen a real terms reduction in its annual budget of 150 million between 2011 and 2023. What this means in practical terms is that if the budget in place in 2011 were simply uplifted each year in line with inflation, the budget would be £150 million greater per annum than it actually is. In addition to this, EA has delivered cost savings of almost 120 million since 2015. The current unprecedented funding challenges follow 10 years of underinvestment in education and ever-increasing demand. For example, increasing pupil numbers, proportionately the largest school population, and the lowest education spend per pupil in the UK up until 2019. The Education Authority has reluctantly agreed to cuts of 14 million, but said no to around 5.5 million of cuts. Decisions to reduce expenditure by more than 200 million will impact every child in Northern Ireland and will also have a disproportionate impact on the most vulnerable and those from socially deprived areas. While the Stormont Assembly remains collapsed, it was left to the Secretary of State, Chris Heaton-Harris, to set the region's budget. Well, uncertainty has now become reality for children in Northern Ireland. Schemes have already been scrapped, starting with our Healthy Happy Minds are gone. Engage programme to help children with their learning post-pandemic, gone. Hunger payments, gone. Extended schools that supported breakfast and homework clubs, sport, art and drama, gone. Crossing patrols, gone. Scheme to provide digital devices to disadvantaged pupils, gone. New school buildings or school extensions, paused. Support staff already facing redundancies and our most vulnerable children with special needs may not even have a place in a school. SEND pupils with a statement have increased by 59.7% from 13,898 to 22,198 in 21-22. Increased levels of poverty and socio-economic disadvantage, higher than the other UK nations, coupled with the legacy of the conflict, intensify the level of basic needs among children and the necessity for schools to meet these in order for children to be able to maximise their full potential. This is all related to the fact that there is an insufficient education budget coming into Northern Ireland. This is the front edge of what will be an exceptionally difficult financial year and possibly beyond that. We call on the Westminster Government to ensure that the education budget keeps in line with inflation as a minimum. Congress, please support.
Thank you, Kay. Seconder, and can I have the Speaker of motion 67 to the front, please?
Morning, Alan Malcolm, XO2 branch, second in motion 219. Vice President, Congress, I stand before you today to shed light on a grave concern that plagues the Northern Ireland education sector. That is the detrimental impact of chronic underfunding by the UK Government. Education is the cornerstone of any prosperous society, and it is disheartening to witness the neglect and consequences of inadequate investment. Underfunding has created a ripple effect echoing across Northern Ireland schools and universities. First and foremost, it hampers the quality of education provided to our children. Insufficient resources, outdated facilities and overcrowded classrooms become the norm, hindering the potential of every young mind that enters these institutions. Our young children deserve the best education possible, but without adequate funding, the UK Government are failing them. Additionally, the scarcity of funding has a direct impact on recruitment and retention of both skilled teachers and non-teaching staff, including classroom assistants, catering staff, cleaners, bus drivers and bus escorts. These talented and hard-working members who possess the passion and dedication to support and shape young lives are forced to seek opportunities elsewhere or face overwhelming workloads due to understaffing. This leads to a cliff-face decline in the overall standard of education, hampering the learning experience and future prospects of students. The consequences of underfunding are far-reaching and transcend generations. It perpetuates social inequality, restricts social mobility, and denies our young people a fair chance to break free of the cycle of poverty. Congress, the future of Northern Ireland's education sector is at a critical juncture. We must demand increased funding from the UK Government to ensure our children receive the education they deserve, so that our young people can flourish. Education is not a luxury but a fundamental right, and it is the duty of the UK Government to provide the necessary resources to nurture the next generation. We need to lobby for change and fight against the detrimental impact of chronic underfunding on Northern Ireland's education sector. Our children's dreams, aspirations and future prosperity depends on it. I second. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Conference, this is being supported. All those in favour of the motion, please show. Anyone against the motion? That's carried. Can I now ask the Speaker of 67 to the rostrum, please?
President, Congress, Township China, London Region, moving motion 67, recruitment and organising why lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer plus employees should join the GMB. Congress, on the 20th of November 2014, London Region's LGBT plus self-organised group, GMB Shout, having worked tirelessly organising to produce the union's first ever trans toolkit for the workplace. This toolkit was launched on Trans Remembrance Day, having been endorsed by the then General Secretary. The launch involved a panel discussion of trans and non-binary activists and LGBTQ+ specialist services. There then followed a powerful and emotional march with our union banner, flags, trans flags, and the GMB Shouts inclusive banner held high along the busy Euston Road to Friends House meeting garden space. Then we congregated on a roll call of all our trans siblings globally who we lost from being killed or murdered for just being themselves. Trans Remembrance Day takes place every year on the 20th of November. This historical toolkit has now been revised, led by new trans and non-binary activists. This updated trans and non-binary equality at work toolkit has been rolled out, with training being delivered across regions and also receiving much interest from non-GMB members. This toolkit alone can be used to recruit more lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, non-binary, queer plus workers into the union. The training is focused on running a workplace campaign, enhancing knowledge of trans and non-binary people's issues in the workplace. Congress holding events on LGBT plus History Month in February each year, Lesbian Visibility Day, April each year, supporting UK Black Pride are all ways of recruiting LGBT plus workers. So please, Congress, support this motion. I move.
Thank you, Taranjeet. Seconder. And can the movers and seconders of 198, 199, 203 and Emergency Motion 3 please make yourselves ready at the front?
Madam President, Congress. Catherine Hanlon seconding motion 67 on why LGBTQIA+ employees should join the GMB. Speaking from the heart with this motion, when my daughter Brogan comes home, who is also a GMB member, and says, "Mum, we're now in the 21st century. Why are people so frightened to come out to their employer?" I said, for different reasons. They may be treated differently, frightened that it may affect their career progression. Some are just old-fashioned. But I have told her that not every employer should be... No, hold on a minute. Sorry, not every employer should be... No, oh, sorry. Be mindful that not all employers should be tarnished with the same brush. The GMB go into all workplaces and recruit new members from all equality strands. The GMB offer more than just membership. They offer support, guidance, and unfortunately not everyone within the community has a supporting structure at home in which they can confide and discuss issues. The GMB has always been a champion for equality, fairness and helping those who need it. This is why members of the LGBTQIA+ community should join the GMB, whether you need assistance within the work with the Merck matter or simply need someone to talk to. The GMB will be there to listen. Please support our motion.
Well done, Catherine. Thank you. If there's no speakers in opposition, then I will call for Zana Jimmy from the CEC to respond, please.
President, Congress, Fazal Juma speaking on behalf of the CEC. The CEC is supporting this motion with a qualification. Congress, GMB stands with all of our LGBT plus members. Our qualification is that we are not able to conduct a full survey of LGBT plus members. However, our members on the National TUC LGBT plus committee are engaged with the TUC's work on a current survey who are reporting on LGBT plus experiences at work. When the TUC research is published, it will be shared amongst GMB regions as a basis for local campaigns. We also encourage all activists to implement workplace campaigns using the current GMB trans and non-binary equality at work toolkit, which shows all LGBT plus workers that GMB stands with them. Congress, with that qualification, please support. Thank you.
Thank you, Fazana. London, do you accept the qualification on motion 67? Thank you. Put that to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? That's motion 67 is carried. We now move on to section 8, social policy, equality and inclusion. Can I have the move of motion 198, please?
President, Congress, Dean Ismay, he, him, Wales and South West Region, move in motion 198. The attacks on LGBTQ plus people hurt colleagues. As a queer cis man, I can safely say I do not feel safe in this country anymore, let alone the feelings of the trans family we have. Under the current government, they have vowed to fight the war on woke. Kemi Badenoch, the Equalities Minister, recently wrote to the Equalities and Human Rights Commission for advice on allowing the government to change the Equality Act 2010 to define sex as biological sex. The HRC's response is damning. By doing this, it removes legal protections for trans people. These are the protections we rely on in the workplace to hold employers accountable over policy and ensure our members can work in dignity, free from abuse. The UN Human Rights Council has also recently visited the UK. They published a report, and this report blasted the UK government on LGBTQ plus safety, rights and legal protections, and their plans for the new immigration bill, which puts LGBTQ plus refugees in harm's way. The government have also been dragging their heels on a trans-inclusive conversion therapy ban. This ban will ensure we are not put into a position where some so-called practitioner could psychologically abuse us. The motion lists several key Tory MPs. However, colleagues, it is worth noting that this is just not an issue with the Tories. Although they threaten to change the Equality Act, some Labour MPs do side with the gender-critical movement, who continually push fear and try to demonise our trans siblings. But they are part of the problem with how politicians think they can say homophobic or transphobic things without being held accountable. Keir Starmer does not mention LGBTQ plus rights at all. His silence is deafening, colleagues. We need to be ready to fight to defend the LGBT community. They are our colleagues at work, friends and family and neighbours. Show solidarity by supporting this motion, colleagues. I move.
Thank you, Dean. Well done. And the seconder, please.
President, Congress, Jonathan Strachan-Taylor, Wales and South West Region, seconding motion 198. Brynhound Pow. Congress, LGBTQ plus people in the UK and across Europe still face high levels of discrimination in all aspects of everyday life. Those who are or were in prominent government positions have attacked and used LGBTQ plus people as political bargaining tool to cause division for their own political gain. These are the people who lead our country, influence our press, and pass bills that negatively affect the lives of LGBTQ people. Attacks from politicians have increased over the last few years, and comments from political figures such as Nadine Zahawi, Liz Truss, and Suella Braverman are becoming more commonplace, using LGBT people as a wedge to stoke division. These political attacks on the LGBTQ community extend to erosion of hard-won legal protection, the recognition of same-sex marriages and the right to adopt for LGBTQ plus couples, for example, are milestones that should be celebrated. However, some politicians seek to undermine these victories by challenging their legality or proposing legislation that allows for discrimination. These attacks not only undermine the rights of LGBTQ plus individuals, but also send a dangerous message that discrimination is acceptable. We must not remain silent in the face of such attacks. It is our duty as a society to stand up for justice, compassion and respect for all individuals, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity. We must support organisations and activists fighting against these political attacks and amplify their voices, and urge our elected officials to prioritise LGBTQ rights as a fundamental aspect of human rights. Conference, we must not be bystanders and allow these attacks to continue. In conclusion, political attacks on the LGBTQ community are an affront to the principles of equality and inclusivity that we hold dear. We must unite against discrimination, challenge harmful rhetoric, and work towards a future where every individual, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity, can live with dignity and without fear. Together, let us create a society that embraces diversity, celebrates love, and stands against all forms of oppression. Congress, please support this motion. I second. Hoyle.
Well done, Jonathan. Mover of motion 199.
President, Congress, Joe Smith, North Western Irish Region, moving motion 199, disabled people struggling to access GP appointments. Congress, we all heard on Monday from our delegates excellent speeches on social policy, NHS and health issues. The public are having huge problems trying to make appointments at local GP practice. It's become a normality now since COVID pandemic. Data analyses become very concerning in accessing care because of digitalisation of your family doctor's services, and has left many people struggling to make appointments. It's a much bigger problem for our elderly, vulnerable and disabled people in our society. The simple needs of trying to make an appointment are not available. One answer, ring before 8 a.m. This is like winning the lottery. It's just not good enough. It needs change sooner, not later. Research shows one county in central England shows 26 out of 39 surgeries don't have wheelchair access. Many GP surgeries websites have conflicting information on accessing services. They were limited or no information on how to access interpreters on some websites. Blind people asking to fill out hard copies to get a white cane. Websites and social media information could also not read on screen readers, making it hard for people with visual impairments to access information online. GP surgeries that expect people with hearing loss to book appointments over the phone. These barriers can prevent people from accessing vital support for their disabilities or health concerns. The answer is most vulnerable people in our society do not know what to do. I recently underwent an hip operation. It was cancelled 3 times and the 4th time was lucky in. 72 hours in and out. Absolute excellent service. However, what was concerning me was being discharged from hospital. What happens if I get a problem once I've gone home? Unfortunately, I did have a problem. Well, I tried to win the lottery. The first 2 days I tried to make an appointment. At the hospital, I failed. Yes, I could go and flood our emergency hospitals and accident emergency and put the pressure on our underpaid nurses and our underpaid paramedics. That's the easy way out of it. But then I went to my local walking centre. I had to be treated 3 times on 3 separate days, and absolutely no joke, the total time I was waiting to be treated over the 3 days was over 24 hours. I had to go for specialist treatment, and I had to go 20 miles within my county on public transport to get this. I have 100% support for our NHS, but 13 years of Tory government have destroyed our NHS to the verge of collapse. I call on the GMB to speak to the Shadow Secretary for Health and Social Care. We need to lobby the government and get this message across before it's too late. Please support I move.
Thank you, Joe. Well done. Seconder.
President, Bill Plumley, North Western Irish Region, seconding motion 199. First time delegate, first time speaker. Thank you. Congress, it has become clear across the whole of the country that disabled and able-bodied people are struggling to access GP appointments. It is also clear more GPs are advertising their private surgeries on social media. People are waiting up to 12 hours or more for treatment in our hospital and A&E departments, and this is putting a huge strain on our emergency services simply because people cannot get a doctor's appointment. The negative effect from GP surgeries when trying to make contact is only escalating the problem, and disabled, elderly and vulnerable people do not know where to turn to for help. There is a lack of translated material, resulting in misinformation. Information is not always in the correct format, and individuals must often rely on friends, family or carers to translate for them. There is often a lack of staff support and training in GP surgeries. Communication is often missing. Blind people's names are being called out to visit the doctor, but with no help and assistance to guide the person to the doctor. Deaf and hard of hearing people are suffering similarly, as they cannot hear their names being called out. Congress. It became clear during the recent junior doctor strike, GPs were being offered up to £200 per hour, at least double the normal working rate to work in A&E. Some hospital trusts in London were offering to pay GPs up to £2,400 per 12-hour shift. The whole NHS system is broken, failed by 30 years of Tory government. We need the GMB to put pressure on the Shadow Minister for Health and a strong campaign to save our NHS. Please support. I second this motion. Thank you.
Well done, Bill. Perfect timing there. Mover of motion 203, please.
President, Congress, Gavin Downey, London Region, moving motion 203 on equal pay in football. Congress. We welcome Congress letting us debate this after raising it at Congress last June. Since then, you will note that our Lionesses, England's women football team, went on to win the Euros, beating Germany at Wembley in 2022. Their win inspired thousands of girls, so much so that the attendance of this year's Vitality Women's FA Cup final between Chelsea and Manchester United at Wembley in May broke all records. As a union, we fully support equal pay, and our labour rights argument is a good enough reason for national football associations to pay their men and women's teams the same amount. This is long overdue. We need to follow the great example coming from the Football Association of Wales, who agreed equal pay. The Wales men's senior team agreed to a 25% pay cut to enable a 25% rise for the women's team, and that will mean pay parity for those representing Wales until 2027. Last month, the Scotland's women's national team announced that they were taking action against the Scottish FA on equal pay and conditions, fully funded by Professional Football Association Scotland, and we will await the outcome. It is shocking that it is only last year that the United States women's team reached a £17.7 million settlement with US Soccer after a hard-fought 6-year legal battle over pay. Let's call on the English Football Association to get into the right century and follow Wales to a full equality for men and women in the money paid to teams competing in their respective FA Cups. I move.
Thank you, Gavin. Seconder.
I'm going to sit on it. It's there for me little prop. Madam President, Congress, Catherine Hanlon, London Region, seconding motion 203 on equal pay for football. There should be no room at any type of prejudice in sport or other walk of life. Last year, our Lionesses, the England's team, after their win, used their successes and media platform to write to the government pointing out that only 63% of British girls play football in schools' PE lessons, and ask for more investment in girls' football in schools so that every girl has a choice. We need to look at the structures to enable women and girls in communities to access pathways and to be talent spotted. Congress, our girls and women need equal access to excel in football, as we have proven we can win trophies. Women in football need to be visible on the pitch and in the boardroom. These are our union's fundamental principles. It's all about work in equal value. Our ladies play the same amount of time on the pitch, they train just as hard, and yet they're not being paid the same. We understand that FIFA have agreed that women will have equal pay to the men, but this will take 7 years to go through the process. We also need to secure this legacy and deliver equal access to sport for women and girls by shaking up the curriculum and proving equal sports opportunities to girls. So Congress, please vote equal play, equal pay, support our motion and respect for all women in sport. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Goodness, we've had singing, props, it's all going on today, isn't it? Eh? Mover of emergency motion 3, please.
Yeah. President, General Secretary, I just want to say I'm wearing this up just for this motion. Paul Sonny, Southern Region, moving emergency motion number 3, Equality Act Amendment. Congress. As this motion clearly states, the Tories are slowly planning to take this country backwards on LGBT rights by changing part of the Equality Act. Once they see that they can get away with changing one part of the Equality Act, they will see it's a right to change other parts of the Equality Act. That will not just only affect LGBTI plus people, but others that have protected characteristics as defined by the Act. The right wing will say women and LGBTI people are divided. It's not true. My sister, the GMB National Equality Forum Women's Strand Lead, Hayley Maxwell, who works in the women's sector in Scotland, told me that the biggest threat to women's safer spaces is the government underfunding for specialist service. In Northern Ireland, Women Aid gets no core funding from the government. In Scotland, a government funding review is threatening the National Helpline. In England and Wales, a review has shown the women's sector is undervalued, underfunded and unsustainable. The Tories are trying to hide the right-wing's lack of funding by distracting us with a culture war of nonsense, trying to split us against our trans sisters, brothers and siblings. This is about the Tories disliking LGBT people. We are here to protect the rights of LGBTI people and those who are currently protected under the Equality Act. So no doubt if the Tories gets away with targeting LGBT people, they would target disabled people next to reduce the cost of paying disability benefits, etc. Trans people are part of the LGBTI family. So Tories, certain people and outlets in the media, get your facts straight, if you know how to do that is, and start attacking LGBTI community. We just want to be treated with dignity, respect, equally and fairly, because we are humans. This Congress calls upon GMP to take the following action. Mount an immediate campaign to highlight what the Tories are doing. Urge the TUC to get all the unions to join forces to campaign against the Tories' proposal to change the Equality Act, which will affect the LGBTI community. Urge the Labour Party, Keir Starmer and other political parties to stop these changes from taking place. Urge the Labour Party, when they're next in government, to give more protection for LGBTI community and strengthen the Equality Act. Don't let the Tories take away our rights. For those who are LGBTI, just like myself, I say be part of a family that cares about your rights, both at work and outside work. A family that unites and fights for LGBTI people and others. GMB Union is a family that fights to protect rights for all, a trade union family for the 21st century. I'm proud to be part of the GMB family. Finally, thank you to all those in Congress and regions for supporting me with this motion. I am proud of you all. From the bottom of my heart and soul, please support this motion. I move.
Well done, Paul. I'll just wear it for these motions. A seconder, please.
Hi, good morning. President, Congress. My name's Tina Davis from the Southern Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Thank you. I'm seconding emergency motion number 3, Equality Act amendment. Bless him. Tories are not interested in protecting those that are in the minority, like our LGBT plus and others who have protected characteristics, I can't say it, but you know what I mean, as defined by the Equality Act. Otherwise, they are proposing to change part of the Equality Act. Right. Sorry, I've lost it. The Tories have always had an issue with those who are protected by the Equality Act. The Tories are just giving in to the right-wing media. When they have an issue with those who are in the minority, they are taking us backwards and not forwards in terms of protecting our members. Inclusion is not at the heart of our union. We must fight to protect our members. We must act now. Please support the motion. I second. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. If there's anybody speaking opposition, I'll take Fiona Hennigan from the CEC to respond, please.
Thank you. Good morning, President, Congress. I'd just like to say thank you so much to Paul Soni, who I'm very proud of, and is also from the Southern Region. And that was tough to get that motion through, but you did it, so we're proud of you. Thank you. My name is Fiona Hennigan. I'm speaking on behalf of the CEC. Congress, the CEC is supporting Motion 198 and Emergency Motion 3 with a qualification. The continuing attacks on our trans and non-binary siblings in the media and from politicians are oppressive, regressive, and they threaten the safety of our members. GMB stands with our trans and non-binary members, and we condemn transphobia in the strongest terms. We are committed to campaigning alongside the trans community. Our qualification on Motion 198 is that while we will continue to use our political influence, we will prioritise workplace-based organising. We encourage all branches to engage with the trans and non-binary toolkit and contact your regional equality officers and regional LGBT+T strand leads for support running a local campaign. On Emergency 3, we recognise that there is an attempt by the Tories to remove existing legal protections for our members and to encourage division and discrimination against trans and LGBT+ people more widely. As the motion rightly states, there are risks to fundamental protections if the Equality Act was opened up under the current government. The CEC's first qualification is to note the timing of any moves to open up the Equality Act for amendment must receive careful consideration, and with assurance that the government of the day will act only to protect and strengthen this legislation, not weaken it. Our second qualification is that the motion's call for an immediate campaign should be discussed in more detail by the National Equalities Forum. The CEC also restates GMB's support for both inclusion and women's services and safe spaces. GMB will not stand for the Tories' continuing attacks on our trans and LGBT+ comrades, and we urge the entire trade union movement to stand against this too. The CEC is asking that Congress supports both motions with qualifications. I thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. Does Wales and South West accept the qualification on motion 198? And Southern on emergency motion 3? I can put all those to the vote then. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? They're all carried. 198, 199, 203, emergency motion 3. I do have to take this off now, but thank you very much. Before I introduce the next speakers, can I Composite 13, 173 and 177 be ready after the next slot. Congress, it is now my great pleasure to introduce onto the stage 3 of our GMB reps in Glasgow Apple Store who represent our members in the first ever unionised Apple Store in the UK. Please can you give a warm welcome to the stage William Gibson, Amy Garrett and Christopher Howell.
Good morning, Congress. I'm William Gibson, Scotland Region, GMB member of the Glasgow Apex branch and a GMB rep in the first unionised Apple Store in the UK. First-time visitor and first-time speaker. On behalf of our members, thank you for the invitation to Congress. And thank you for giving the support that we needed to achieve recognition. We're very excited to join you all. If you'd said to me even a year ago that I would be standing here today speaking to you all, I would have found it difficult to believe. Like many young workers, up until last year, I'd never worked in a unionised workplace. I've worked in a mixture of retail, hospitality and the event sector, all of which have lower trade union representation and membership in the public sector and other industries. There's a lack of awareness of the function and importance of trade unions, which is certainly widespread in these sectors. Even for someone like myself, who prior to our recognition campaign supported trade unions and understood the importance of their role, I was entirely unaware of how to organise my own workplace. For a long time, I didn't think that it would be possible. Yet, when I asked the question of my colleagues as to whether they would want to unionise, I was surprised by the massive levels of support. After realising that we had the necessary support to be able to unionise, I met with GMB organiser John Slavin and activist Hayley Maxwell, who talked me through the process of how we could achieve union recognition. At this point, I just want to say a massive thank you to John Slavin, who's played a vital role in our unionising effort. He's put up with a number... He's put up with a number of anxious late-night calls from myself and has provided unparalleled support to our members. However, our organising efforts were also such a success because we utilised a modern approach to unionising, utilising digital platforms such as Discord for sharing resources, information and updates on our progress. Having a mixture of in-person and Zoom information sessions and utilising social events to foster community and solidarity among our members. I can certainly say that GM bowling was a highlight for me. Young people like myself and private sector workers in retail and hospitality are not averse to unionising. They are ready and willing, but lack the knowledge on how to organise and the significance of recognition in their workplace. Driven by a desire for justice, many of us are drawn to companies and organisations which appear to align with social justice movements. There are many young workers who are employed in places which actively celebrate Pride Month, International Women's Day. They may support movements like Black Lives Matter, as well as climate, disability and other activists. It would appear that in workplaces like this, that the protection of workers' rights through trade unions would be the logical next step. Yet opposition to unionisation efforts appears to be the default response. There's much work to be done with young workers in non-unionised sectors and industries, but there's certainly no lack of desire. Workers know their workplace best, and in many cases it's the same issues which face all retail and hospitality workers: poor scheduling, low pay and precarious work. I'm delighted to be part of the movement to change that as part of the GMB. Although Young workers like myself are concerned with social justice causes such as gender equality, LGBTQ+ liberation, the climate crisis, and tackling the legacies of racism, colonialism, and white supremacy, often face a battle on two fronts. On one front, we are fighting for justice from our employer, and on the other, within the union itself. The representation of young people at this Congress speaks for itself, and the language sometimes used to refer to adults in their late 20s and 30s as wains or young ones can fail to take account of the valuable contribution that young workers make. Our biggest challenge in unionising our workplace was the Monaghan report. It was shared as a way to discredit the GMB. I think it's worth noting the great progress that has been made and the necessity of the report. However, we must not become complacent, patting ourselves on the back for the progress that we've made so far. As a trade union hoping to engage younger workers, we must continually renew our commitment to fight discrimination, harassment, and inequality in all of its forms. We must also be future-minded, prioritising efforts to tackle the climate crisis, as it remains one of the greatest threats to young workers' job security in the future. So join me today in taking a moment to remind ourselves of the necessary work which lies ahead, to leave Congress this week with new zeal and passion, and to remember why it is we do what we do. For the sake of justice, for the cause of the working class, and for all those who suffer under capitalism. Thank you, Congress.
Could we have the move of the Compensation 13 and 173 to the front, please?
Good morning, comrades. Thank you. Vice President, Congress, I'm Dave Kent from London Region, moving Composite 13, which is very snappily entitled Labour Party Mixed Economy Policy Must Make Productivity Growth and Investment Top Priority and Plan with the TUC a version of the USA Inflation Reduction Act. You can tell that this is a very good motion because it spreads out over a whole page on the agenda. Congress, this composite comprises motions from 2 London Region branches, neither of which were able to send a delegate to Congress. I'm grateful to the branches for assisting me in drafting my speech. Congress, as has been said repeatedly both at GMB Congresses in the past and elsewhere, austerity is a political choice, with the ruling class using it as a tool to keep the working class in its place. This composite seeks to encourage a future Labour government to turn the tide by rejecting austerity, by promoting productivity growth, and by making investment in public services and industrial development the highest priority. I will summarise this composite as follows. If carried at this Congress, this composite will instruct the GMB to call on the Labour Party and the TUC, 1, to carry out a study into the effects of the USA's Inflation Reduction Act, and 2, to develop a version of that Act which would be suitable for implementation in the UK.
If carried at this Congress, this composite will instruct the GMB to call on a future Labour government, 1, to reverse this Tory government's cruel austerity measures, 2, to remedy the decline in the UK's economic prospects by restoring growth and productivity and by promoting economic development, 3, to tackle corporate tax avoidance and evasion, 4, to bring back production of wind turbines to the UK, and 5, to implement a version of the USA's Inflation Reduction Act. Please support Composite 13. I move.
Thank you, Dave. Seconder.
Good morning, Congress. My name's Kulwant Singh, London Region and seconding Composite 13 on Labour Party policy and first-time Speaker. Congress, when Keir spoke to the conference on Tuesday, he said that the rest of the world was moving on. Britain just hasn't kept pace with the rest of the world. We need green jobs. Part of this composite talks of the Inflation Reduction Act, which is trying to encourage companies to be greener in manufacturing. We need to develop 30,000 jobs in the UK in new steel fabrication yards to build the 8,000 towers and foundations of the giant offshore wind turbines needed to meet net zero by 2050. As the mover said, the Labour Party needs to plan a version of the US Inflation Act in the UK. The Labour Party and the TUC should assess how to emulate the Biden Act to ensure that these jobs are brought back to the UK to manufacture 20 million tonnes of UK-produced steel, rather than in the Middle East fabricating Chinese steel. Labour's proposed policy to spend $28 billion a year on green manufacturing subsidies would address the issue that the IRA is addressing in America. The Labour Party and the TUC need to build on these plans. We need packages of incentives and measures to attract investment in greener businesses. We need to build in UK manufacturing. Please support this motion. I second. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a move of motion 173, please?
Morning, President. Morning, Congress. Dennis Risvelli, London Region, moving motion 173, Regional Industrial Policy. Congress, the gap between the best of areas in the UK and the poorest one is in the highest in the OECD. Is it any wonder then that the electorate in the poorest areas want a more balanced UK when the economic differences between areas are so stark? You can call this closing of the gap between these areas by any names you want, but the target must be leveling up rather than leveling down. Let's settle on a neutral name for a set of policies required to do the job of leveling up. Let's call it regional policy. We know that Labour plans to borrow 28 billion each year, every year for 5 years, adding up to 140 billion stimulus to speed up green projects to meet the 2050 net zero emissions target. It is Labour's biggest single spending commitment. Congress, it is a very high priority that a very large proportion of this spending has to be to bring well-paid skilled jobs to the poorest areas of the country. For example, Labour should pick up and deliver the plan developed by GMB Scotland for wind energy, where 30,000 new steel fabrication jobs are needed to deliver 8,000 offshore wind turbines requiring 20 million tonnes of UK-produced steel. As GMB Scotland spelled out, we don't currently have the steel fabrication capacity in the UK, so without government intervention to develop UK capacity, these steel fabrication jobs are destined to be delivered in Asia. The delivery of green jobs to former industrial areas and coastal communities across the UK are pivotal to the credibility and success of any UK government regional policy. The record to date is very poor. One area where new steel fabrication capacity should be cited is at the now closed second largest blunt furnace in Europe on Teesside, which is now Europe's largest brownfield site. 500 million is needed from this fund to clean up this site so that it can be used for new green jobs. Labour must rebrand this huge 140 billion green spending as being about jobs and industrial development, just as much as being about meeting green net zero targets. This is what the electorate in the coastal areas of east of England, in our region, and other less economically developed areas of the country want to hear about. An effective regional policy, which can also be seen as an active green policy. You don't hear any qualifications about using public subsidies for green policies. Another example is that to boost pay in the poorest areas, government should insist that all workers employed by outsourced contractors doing work for the public sector are paid similarly pay and conditions for the in-house workers. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Dennis. And the seconder, please. Seconder. Oh, okay, I was waiting for that. Thank you. There's nobody speaking opposition. I'll ask John Walkup to speak on behalf of the CEC. And can I just make sure that movers and seconders for 177, 193, 122, the last motions of this morning, are also ready to speak?
President, Congress, John Walkup responding for the CEC on Composite 13 and Motion 173. The CEC is supporting both motions with a small number of qualifications. On Composite 13, the CEC supports the aims of the motion. We agree wholeheartedly with its call for a UK version of the Biden Inflation Reduction Act. Our qualification is that this policy should be combined with GMB's existing position that our international trade rules must be urgently reformed so that the UK can do more to support industry at home. Unilaterally breaching those rules, as the motion calls for, would put our members' jobs in manufacturing at risk, as well as other sectors linked to exports. On Motion 173, the CEC welcomes its calls for a more active industrial policy and action against exploitive multinational employers like Amazon. It must be noted that the Trade and Cooperation Agreement with the EU, which was signed by the Conservative government, imposes limits what the UK can do on subsidies and domestic contents. There are also limits under the WTO treaties. Our qualification is that the UK should be campaigning to change those treaties in the same way that the Biden administration is campaigning for reform. The alternative of breaking those treaties risks our members' jobs in manufacturing, as our exports could be hit with heavy tariffs. In addition, the CEC believes that the language of levelling up has been tainted by Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak's governments, and we may wish to consider using alternative words. Congress, please support the motions with the qualifications that they have set out. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Does London Region accept the qualification on Composite 13? And on Motion 173? Thank you. I can put those both to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? So Composite 13 and Motion 173 are carried. We now move on to section 11, political democracy and constitutional reform. Can I have the mover of motion 177, please?
Congress, President. Scott Horner, first time delegate, first time speaker. Here to move motion 177, removing the bishops from the House of Lords. We all know Britain loves its traditions, but as proud trade unionists, we know if something has always been done the same way, it doesn't mean it shouldn't be changed. Look around us. Our trade union is a proudly diverse trade union. That is exactly the same for the UK. The UK is a proud, diverse, vibrant country. It is wrong that one religion can hold a unique position in our political system above everybody else. Our Houses of Parliament need to represent what Britain is as a society as a whole, not just one religion. While it promotes this religion, it stops Britain from being a truly representative parliament. The trade union movement has a proud history of championing reform and equality. I hope you support this motion. Congress, I move.
Well done, Scott. It's not easy waiting for so many days to have to make your first speech. Seconder?
President, Congress, Ben Campbell-White, London Region, seconding motion 177, removal of bishops from the House of Lords. The Anglican Church is established in England and its bishops sit in the House of Lords. 26 out of the 42 diocesan bishops and archbishops of the Church of England serve as Lords Spiritual in the House of Lords. The archbishops of Canterbury and York and the bishops of Durham, London and Winchester all automatically get a seat in the House of Lords. The next 21 are the longest serving bishops. So in other words, no Irish bishops, no Welsh bishops, no Scottish bishops, no Jews, no Catholics, no Muslims, no Rastafarians, no Sikhs, no Hindus and no humanists. It's not fair and it's not representative of a diverse society. It needs reform. Congress, I urge you to support this motion. I second.
Thank you, Glenn. The CEC are supporting this motion and nobody's come up to speak in opposition, so I will take it to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? Motion 177 is carried. We now move on to section 12, social policy justice, and can I have the mover of motion 193, please? (193), North Western Irish region. Okay, I can see you coming.
Chair, Congress, Eddie Marnell, North Western Irish region, moving motion 193, isn't it? Firstly, I must commend the GMB, both locally and nationally, for the work that they have done over the years regarding the campaign, and especially to Paul McCarthy, our regional secretary. I have to tell you this story. When we went to Europe, he took me into a bar and he insisted on getting the beer. I didn't argue. But after a couple of beers, I decided to look at the bottles. Mine said, no alcohol. His said, okay. I said, what are you doing? He said, well, you've got to speak in the European Court tomorrow. I said, well, one or two wouldn't bother me, but that's Paul McCarthy to a tree, you know what I mean? He's a joker, but he's a cracker as well. We went to the Court of Appeal and we won. They ruled that the British government should apologise immediately and reimburse the strikers for loss of redundancy payments and pension rights. They haven't. They actually broke the law. Not an unusual there, is it? A couple of months ago, a delegation from the 37 went to Parliament to a debate on our fight for justice. 9 Labour MPs spoke brilliantly in favour of our claim. Not one of the 6 Conservatives present spoke against the claim. Yet the Tory team, I was going to say something else then. The Tory chairman ruled out for our claim without any consultation whatsoever. Just another case of the Tories abusing the law. We have a commitment from the incoming Labour government. As well as commitment, we want action. For those who were here last time, remember this. For those who weren't, it's Tony Blair wearing one of these when he was PM. We also had Gordon Brown, who was the Chancellor. I met him in Liverpool. And when I put the case to him, he said, do you expect me to just write a cheque for 10 grand? I said, no, 250,000. But this leaflet, as produced by our region, sets out all that's gone on. And I and the ones in the 37 who are remaining are eternally grateful for what's being done by the GMB. But no matter what happens, we fight to the finish. Thank you.
Well done, Eddie. It's lovely to see you again. Is there a seconder for the motion? Formally, thank you. Then can I ask Gordon Richardson to respond on behalf of the CEC, please?
President Congress, Gordon Richardson, speaking on behalf of the CEC in response to motion 193 on Cammell Laird, which we are supporting with a qualification. Before I start, I'd like to dedicate this response to Eddie. Over the years, we've become good friends, and he's a prime example of dogged determination, never letting go, always been polite, always been on top of the game. He's gone through all the right channels, and sometimes he's got on people's nerves a bit, but that's what you need to be as a proper trade unionist, and I dedicate it to him. The CEC fully supports the campaign to clear the names of all the striking Cammell Laird workers wrongfully imprisoned in Walton Jail and blacklisted for defending their jobs. Justice for the Cammell Laird 37 remains a priority area of our work. Therefore, the CEC's qualification is to confirm, for the record, that we are still committed to implementing Composite 14 carried out by Congress last year, and that the action to do so began the week following that vote. Significant progress has also been made since then. GMB Action secured new commitments from the Labour Party that once in government, it will release documents by government held relating to the Cammell Laird prosecutions, and that it will carry out a review into the jailing of striking workers. This pledge was adopted in the Stronger Together report published by the Labour Party conference, and it will be repeated in the 23 draft policy documents.
The GMB will continue to pursue the pledge in Labour's General Election Manifesto, Writing in Progress. The GMB action also secured a parliamentary debate on the 7th of February this year, which discussed the merits of a public inquiry into the decision to jail strikers. This debate brought the Minister of Justice to face MPs' questions, and some of the striking workers were able to attend, including Eddie. The Union is now collating copies of the relevant papers it holds from that time of the dispute. This is in order to obtain legal advice in pursuit of the judicial review called for in Composite 14 of Congress last year. Some new documents have been held by the government, and other bodies have also been identified through this new research efforts. Preparing for the potential legal action takes time, and it's important that this work is allowed to proceed so that the GMB can build the strongest possible case. We will continue to update the region as further progress is made. Therefore, in summary, the CEC is asking for the Congress to support this motion with the qualifications set out, and this is for Eddie. Thank you.
North Western Irish region, do you agree to the qualification? Yes, thank you. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? Motion 193 is carried. Thank you, Eddie. We now move to motion 122. So if the mover could come to the rostrum, please. That's on industrial and economic policy, general.
Madam President, Congress, Adrian Storr, London Region, moving motion 122 on ESG rules. Congress, the intention behind the motion is to get a serious effort by the international trades union movement off the ground. And as an aside, it's worth noting that there are more than 200 million fellow members across the world to make the environment, social and governance movement to actually work to address low standards in these three areas. It is fundamentally in the interest of international trades union movement to get sign-up and governments and corporations to follow a proper set of standards and to agree that adherence to these standards should be regularly and properly audited by independent certified inspectors, and that the results should be published in a fully transparent manner. The key words in that paragraph are proper standards, proper auditing, and independent certified inspections. Many of the ECG codes in use fall down on one or more of these key requirements. One of the biggest problems in that many ESG codes set out to monitor a wide range of different performance indicators, including CO2 emissions, water usage, impacts on biodiversity, labour treatment, discrimination, inclusion, product safety, marketing practices, supply chain, lobbying, corruption, and tax, amongst others. To do this properly is a very labour-intensive and requires properly trained and qualified independent certified inspectors. This cannot be done on the cheap. This is where many of the ESG codes have fallen. The referees don't spend the money doing the job properly. They either rely on box ticking or self-certification. They certainly don't talk to the workers or trade unions as they go about their inspections. The results produced are worse than useless in that they give the impression that there has been a proper audit when no inspection has been carried out. On self-certification, most of you will too most of you will be too young to have heard of Mandy Rice Davies. In the 1960s, there was a parliamentary spy scandal about a government minister, Mr. Profumo, who was alleged to have an affair with her. In court, then they told the minister had denied the affair. He said, well, he would, wouldn't he? Congress, we would expect companies to deny exploiting their workers, wouldn't we? Another problem is that some of the organisations pushing ESG are really only interested in environment issues. Sadly, some of them are prepared to trade off improvements in the carbon emissions and deteriorating human rights standards. These problems are where the greenwashing comes from. As the qualification says, the direction of travel has to be to try to make the system work. What the motion calls for in the first instance is for the CEC to request that the TUC, on behalf of the whole trade union movement, conduct a thorough investigation into the rules being followed by the companies that sign up to the environment, social and government movement. Hopefully this can kick off and be a serious determined action, make the ESG codes work properly for the benefit of the workers and the communities across the globe. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Adrian. Is that being seconded formally? No? No, sorry, I didn't see you there.
Madam President, Congress, Bismillah Mohammed, London Region, seconding motion 122 on ESG rules. Congress, ESG are environment, social and governance rules, and all companies should be signing up to a full compliance with these for transparency, accountability and corporate social responsibility. These rules cover how companies make ethical, socially responsible investments and cover reporting on measures they are taking to impact society and in the environment. However, this should not be a paper exercise, as our motion says these rules don't go far enough. They should also cover labour standards, human rights issues and the exploitation of workers. Congress, the aims of the trade union movement should be all about the economic justice at the heart of everything, and this is why we are asking the TUC to lead on this. Please support our motion. I second.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. If there's no one to speak against, I'll ask Viv Smart from the CEC to respond, please.
President, Congress, Viv Smart speaking in response to motion 122. Congress, the CEC is supporting this motion subject to a qualification. We agree that serious reform is needed to the Environmental, Social and Governance Framework, or ESG. Our qualification is that we should not refuse to engage entirely with ESG. Where we can turn it into our advantage, we should. And those decisions are best taken by our negotiators on a case-by-case basis. This is partly a negotiation issue, and our representatives should be free to pursue the tactics that get the best results for our members. Ultimately, what is needed is enforceable legislation to require companies uphold better labour and environmental standards and a coordinated international effort to make ESG a meaningful commitment. Congress, please support the motion with this qualification. Thank you.
Thank you, Viv. London, do you agree to the qualification? Thank you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against. Motion 122 is carried. Ty, is Ty in the room? Because he's coming. We just wait. We're all right for time, so I'm just going to wait for Ty because I'll introduce him. There he is. Okay, I will now ask our national race organiser, Ty Nosakiri, to address Congress on the launch of the GRASP Scholarship Programme, and we'll give him a bit of time to arrive on.
Madam President, General Secretary, Congress, as always, it's an absolute privilege to be able to stand in front of so many of you who make our union the strong and incredible force that it is. When I spoke to you almost a year ago, I said to you that it was just the beginning of the work that we need to do to address the fact that for 20 years we are behind schedule when it comes to addressing the issues of race, equity, and race justice within the GMB, but also crucially within the workplace. And in order to ensure that we do address it in the way in which is absolutely necessary, I have spent time working on projects that I believe will make that difference for us. I only have 5 minutes, yeah? And I promise you I will stick to those 5 minutes. But it would take me 5 hours to thank the people who need to be thanked for the work that I'm doing. So yet again, I'll say as I said last time, you know who you are. You know how much help you've given me to get to this position, to help me make this possible. So from the bottom of my heart, I thank all of those that I cannot thank within the minute that I've got to thank you. Yeah? Okay? Many of you. Without love, we cannot cure racism. Did you hear what I said? So respond. Without love, we cannot cure racism. Racism divides, love unites us. Love brings us together. It's love within a family that allows you to get over the squabbles, the differences, the disagreements, the inevitable battles that you have with siblings, with relations. And we need to understand, as one of the delegates said, that there is only one race. And within that race, that family of human beings, we're not going to get on all the time. Yeah? We're not. We're not. But we're still family, and with love, we will get to the point we need to get to, where there are less squabbles, there are less quarrels, and we are able to utilize the force that is necessary to make the real difference that we need to make for those people who we are here to protect in the workplace. So my job has been twofold. Try to ensure that we're making that difference in the workplace, as Gary says, making work better, but also making GMB better. To do that, we need a really important, significant word, beginning with T, not tie. Trust. Trust. I need you to trust me. Just trust me, please, to make a difference based upon the experience I have and the great help that I'm getting from a whole trailer load of people, black, brown, white, gay, straight, non-binary people who are helping to try and make this work. Trust me, because I've had to learn to trust. Yeah? I trust my General Secretary, because every time I go to him, he says to me, I've got your back. And when I look, he's there. When I go to Ria and I ask her to trust me, she does. But I need more. I need more from you in terms of trust. Because we have to get to a point where we stop, as Dennis Brown says, the fussing and fighting, because it's time to unite. The next line in the song goes, unity is the foundation of survival. You've got to let the love come shining through. And on the point of shining, the GRASP project, GMB's Race Achievement Scholarship Program, that is designed to enhance, to empower Black, Asian, and minority ethnic activists, Black and brown people, global majority heritage people. However you want to call it, I don't business. Yeah? That's what it's designed to do. On Shining, I have said to those who have managed successfully to become that first cohort, you are already stars. We are just going to help you to shine brighter. Yeah? How am I doing for minutes? Yeah? Can I introduce to you, Congress, the stars that are already shining but will be illuminating the GMB in the next, well, in 6 months from October, yeah? Can I introduce them to you? Now, can I just say, not all of them have been able to be here today, but we are a union that represents people. So those who are here will also be representing those who aren't, yeah? Okay? So please, please, I'm going to call them up to stage one by one. They're going to stand with me, and then I would ask you, if you will, to give your appreciation for the tremendous effort they've made to be part of this program and the fantastic work they're going to do to transform our union into what we know it must and can be. So, first and foremost, Sonia Davis. Davina Brown. Melion Love. Kelvin and Abule. Sister Ava Payne.
Alison Simon, and Sister Marguerite, please. We are missing from our ranks at the moment Rizwana Libada. Please, round of applause, she's not here. Murad Ali. Ali Ahidor. And Tariq Suleiman. As part of the work of GRASP, I've had incredible expert help from Rochelle Channa, Kerry Smith, and Fazana Zuma. Please come up, Fazana, please. Come on. Come on. We achieve nothing unless we achieve it together. Nothing unless we stand together. This is just an example of what we can do. This is just the start of an effort to make sure that we change in a way that includes every single one of you. Yeah? There is no union who is doing what we are doing. None. 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 Nowhere. No. None that are putting the money where our mouths are to invest in 6 months of time to ensure that these people are able to do what we know they can do from their applications that they put in, showing how great they can be. No union is putting that amount of investment into their black, brown, and Asian activists to try and ensure that we make the difference we need to make. None. This is a first, but it is not the last. So those of you who were not successful, or those of you who didn't get a chance to apply, stand by. Stand by, because there will be more. And let me just say this, because I know that I've gone over my 5 minutes, yeah? I know. Let me just say this. I spoke to you about the love that cures, that conquers the hate that divides. That hate is insipid. It is subtle. When we think that we're arguing for something and we're fighting each other, sometimes the hate is working its little magic in those moments. So when we need to challenge each other, let's challenge each other with love. Yeah? Let's challenge each other with love in our hearts, with respect in our minds. Yeah? With a hope that whoever we're challenging will understand why it's necessary for us to love. I'm a Rasta man. There are 3 words that I live my life by: peace, love, and unity. Yeah? Congress, the GRASP cohort 23-24. Thank you.
Wow, what an emotional and powerful way to end this morning's session. Not quite the end, but very nearly. But thank you, Ty, for those words. Peace, unity and love. And we wish all those people on the... Oh, he's at the Migrant Workers Fringe at 12:45. There are other fringes available. But no, and we wish all those people on that first GRASS scholarship programme every success and look forward to hearing from them again, I'm sure, when they've completed it. And as Ty said, they're already stars. Thank you. We will now finish the session with our final set of regional campaign videos. And I'm joined on the stage by Justin Bowden, Southern Regional Secretary, and Martin Allen, Midlands Regional Secretary, and Louise Gilmore, GMB Scotland Secretary, because they're the three videos we're going to show. So can we roll the videos, please? Louise, Martin, Justin, 3 more brilliant videos. And again, thank you to you, your staff and our members. So many campaigns going on to make work better. Thank you. Delegates, yeah, give them another round of applause. Delegate, that concludes the morning's business. Enjoy the fringes and please be back here prompt at 2 o'clock because we've probably got a lot of business to get through this afternoon. And I've still got these sunglasses if anybody thinks that they lost them yesterday. Delegates, can I call Congress to order, please? Thank you. I've got two announcements. Please, could ASDA delegates go to room 1A at 2:30 today? Don't know why, but please could you go to room 1A? Thank you. And then anyone that's bought a raffle ticket from the Retired Members Association stall, please can you go there, because there are still some prizes left. So if you show your ticket, you might be one of the people that have won one of those prizes. So can you do that, please? Thank you. And I'll just advise of some changes to the published schedule. We will first debate Composite 19. And can I ask the speakers of that motion, please make yourself ready at the front. We will then go to debate rule amendments and motions relating to finances and contributions, the finance report and annual accounts, and CEC Rule Amendment 12. But first of all, I'll take, and then I'll explain how that debate's going to go. But could I have the mover, please, of it's Composite 19. It was two emergency motions, 1 and 2, were submitted on the matter of the water industry. Those motions were composited and now form Composite 19. So will London Region please come to move the composite? Thank you.
Ding ding, seconds out. Good afternoon. President, Congress, brothers, sisters, Cliff Roney, London Region, speaking on emergency motion, gross mismanagement of our water industry, GMB's fight for clean water. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch, but I'm going to be speaking about poo, so I do apologise. Congress notes that the work of the GMB Commercial Service Section and our reps in the National Water Forum. I would like to personally thank all the reps and all the people involved in the National Water. We have now achieved 8,000 members up and down the UK, and I think that needs a round of applause. Our reps are working hard in the campaign to end sewage dumping in the UK waters and to put pressure on the water companies to invest more money in the infrastructure. GMB is calling for an immediate, urgent public inquiry into the investment and governance of the whole of the Water UK to improve our dated infrastructure. At this underinvestment goes back over 30 years. Since 1989, £57 billion has been paid out to the fat cat owners in bonuses, payments and shares and dividends. Do you think that it's an irony that the Lords recently reported that it would cost approximately £56 billion to upgrade our water structure? What do we think of that? Pooh! In 1989, thank you. In 1989, Margaret Thatcher stood up in Parliament and said that privatisation of the water companies would lead to infrastructure improvements and better customer services. More Tory lies, more poo! There were 375,000 sewage spills into rivers, canals and coastal areas and waterways in the UK and Wales in 2022, lasting a total of 2.3 million hours. This is all at a time when the CEOs of the water companies are taking millions of pounds in wages and bonuses. Liv Garfield of Severn Trent Water, £3.9 million. Shame on you! Steve Monkford of United Utilities, £3.2 million. Shame on you! Sarah Bentley of Thames Water, £2 million. Shame on you! They will not be visiting food banks like thousands of our members next week, would they? I have personally worked in water areas where people's homes have been flooded and businesses have been destroyed, all because of a lack of infrastructure and investment.
I'm sure that many of you in this hall have children, grandchildren, maybe great-grandchildren, who enjoy playing on a beach and having a paddle. But we now find ourselves in a situation where the children are left with a choice of building a sandcastle or a poo castle. We have a responsibility to future generations and nature to make sure that the beaches and waterways are safe for recreation and wildlife. I get great pleasure in taking my grandson Henry for a day on the beach building a sandcastle. Sorry, I'm losing my track. Only last year I found myself looking at a water quality board to see whether it was safe to do so. If we are faced with this going forward, it is disgusting. The Tory government has created privatisation. It should never ever have happened. The water fat cats are taking amounts of money. Also now, to cap it all, Water UK has made an announcement that we're all going to end up paying more for it. More poo. And just in case, we'll put that there. Sorry, Malcolm.
No, it's me in the chair, not Malcolm.
Please get behind this motion and fight for the future of our beautiful beaches, our wonderful coastlines, lakes and rivers. Remember, sandcastles, not poo castles. I move.
Thank you, Cliff. Well done. It was very entertaining, so it's okay about going over the red light. That's fine. Mover, please. Seconder from Midlands.
So how do we follow that, brothers and sisters? You can guarantee that one. Jason Evans. Second in motion. At composite 19. President, Congress. The awful state of sewage dumping in our rivers and coastlines has been well publicised over recent months. As the Union for Water Workers, it is our members who bear the brunt of understandable public anger and also employers' attempts to underreport and to manipulate data. Underinvestment in subdividing the surface water drainage from foul sewers has been evident since the Victorian era. Privatisation certainly has not brought improvements as it promised to, only asset stripping and profiteering. So whilst executives receive Premier League wages, serious foul play occurs daily all across our regions, and this must be given the red card. Expectations for customers to again foot the bill for this mismanagement, whilst billions are trousered annually by shareholders, cannot be accepted. Congress, we have long been campaigning to take back the tap. Clearly now, we also need to take back the crap. Please support.
Thank you, Jason. Well done. I can't see anyone in opposition, and the CEC is supporting this motion, so I can go straight to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? That's carried. We now move on to Section 3, Union Organisation, Finance and Contributions, Rule Amendments and Motions. Please listen carefully to the order in which these items will be debated. We shall first hear the movers and seconders of Rule Amendments 306, 309, 311 and the motions 39 and 40. So can those people moving and seconding those come down now? I will call for anyone who wishes to oppose any of these items. I will then call the General Secretary to respond with the CEC's position on all these items. The General Secretary will then himself move the financial statements, the change of auditors and CEC Rule Amendment 12. We will then vote on the financial statement, the CEC Rule Amendment 12 and the change of auditors, and then finally we'll go back to take the vote on all the rule amendments and motions. If I could have the mover of Rule Amendment 306, please.
Thank you. President Congress, good afternoon. Stephen Jones, London Region, moving motion or Rule Amendment 306, Rule number 47B, and it's in a clause new. Everything is self-explanatory in the pack, but we feel that these suggested new rates are not unreasonable considering the changed financial situation of branches. Whilst it is laudable to offer preferential rates to students and apprentices, the suggested changes is a measured one and still seems a good deal for young people, most of whom have good job prospects and support and a good economic future and good rights for good employment once their studies are completed and they've completed their training. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconder? Formally, thank you. So that move of Rule Amendment 309. Yeah.
Afternoon, Congress. President, Congress. Jan Smith, London Region, moving Rule Amendment 309 on funeral benefit. Congress, I come before you once again pleading for the GMB to look at helping our members at their lowest point, this being when they have lost a loved one. Congress, the CEC is opposing our rule amendment due to financial pressures of funding a contribution freeze. That I say to you, we are only asking for a small increase, and this increase is only £50, a very small drop in the ocean, and this was last changed 2 years ago, back in 2021, and at that time it was £25. Colleagues, our members too are facing financial pressures, and we are sure that there aren't many members claiming funeral benefit. And I know from my own branch the numbers that I have to claim for. With the average cost of basic funeral at the moment standing at around £4,000 plus, we need to look and help our most vulnerable members, especially at their time of need. And I repeat, especially at their time of need. Congress, we have done our homework, looked at what the other unions offer in their funeral benefit. Whilst the CEC is saying they cannot afford any increase, we see that Unite Union have a funeral benefit of between £100 and £1,000, depending on membership, but 500 for the most enhanced members with 26 weeks membership to qualify. The CWU have a funeral/death benefit of $941, increased with the RPI each year with no qualifying period, just that members need to be financial members paying stubs at the time of death. And can I say, our dreaded Unison has a funeral benefit of 576, with members only needing only needing 4 weeks membership to qualify. Colleague, I am asking you to help us with a small £50 increase. And can I say to you, our retired members from whatever region, if they ring me up and say, I have just lost my loved one, my husband, my wife, what do I do? And when I tell them how much money have they claimed for the funeral benefit, the times that they have broken down in tears and said, you don't know how much that means to me, because I've had to do a fundraising thing to be able to pay for my loved one to have a decent send-off. So Congress, please use your conscience and support this motion. I move.
Thank you, Jan. Seconder.
Madam President, Congress, I'm seconding this, and I don't think I even need to say anything. Jan said it all. It's £50. £50 when it's the last action our union can do for our members. The final action you can do. And let's face it, many of us are really rushing now to claim it. We don't want to claim it. I certainly don't want to claim it anytime soon. But I'm seconding this motion, Jan, and if the CEC keep opposing it, we'll keep coming back until we're dead. And second.
Thank you, Stephen. Mover of Rule Amendment 311. Didn't get
Right. Stephen Robertson, London Region, moving 311 on funeral benefits, funny enough. And it's about the qualifying period. This rule amendment is simply asking for the qualifying period for funeral benefits to be reduced from 5 to 2 years membership. This is put simply as an equality issue, or a lack of equality issue within our union. A lack of equality for the young member for London Region who died this year. But he only had 1 year membership, so he was told he couldn't claim it. The lack of equality for another member, a middle-aged member from my branch, Banbury branch, who only had 4 years membership, and who I had the lovely task of personally telling his family member, who was also a union member, sorry, he's not been a member long enough, he didn't qualify because of the GMB rules. And the question was asked, but he's not good enough because he only had 4 years. But if he had 5 years, he would have been good enough to get it. It's just no right. OK, our branches, and we often do, pay out hardship grants in these circumstances to save the blushes of the union. But that's not the point. This rule is a total embarrassment to our great union. If those members' families did a bit of research like Jan has into other unions, they would see what they do is a final mark of respect for young members who passed away before their time. As Jan's already pointed out, Unite, 26 weeks. Unison, 4 weeks qualifying. CWU, no weeks. USDO, after 12 months. Now, our brothers and sisters in the CEC are asking you to oppose this rule amendment with the reason given, this benefit has always been seen as a benefit for long-serving members. Come on, CEC, I respectfully asked, what's this always seen? There's a lot of things that's always been seen as something. That doesn't mean it doesn't need to change. A few years ago, a long-serving member was always seen as 8 years, but I think it was thanks to Jan again, she got it down to 5 years. So why can't a member be a member and seen as a member from day one? But as far as funeral, we'll settle for 2 years, but we campaign for, you know, I'm asking everybody in this hall, do we know campaign for rights from day one, workers' rights from day one? Although we still don't have them at this point in time. But we will not all be up in arms if some bampotty employer turns around and says you can't get benefits until you've been a long-serving worker for 5 years. We'd all be up in arms, wouldn't we? So please Congress, go against the CEC, so recommend to oppose this rule amendment, and then of what's right, what's just, what's fair, and sorry, because this rule could be seen by some as age discrimination. Thank you, I move.
Thank you, Stephen. Seconder?
Madam President, Congress, Martin Dolan, seconding Rule Amendment 311. As previously said, the current level of qualifying service is 5 years. We're only asking it to be reduced to 2. Yeah, as you've heard from my colleague, the GMB are at the bottom of the rankings. Even if this amendment is adopted, we will still be at the bottom of the league table. As an organisation, all of us on a daily basis fight hard to prevent the race to the bottom. Yes, CSC. Wake up call. We are at the bottom. So I'm asking to call on all of you, every delegate in this room, defy the race to the bottom. Defy the CEC. I second.
Thank you. The mover of motion 39.
President, General Secretary, Congress. Terry Gamble, North East Yorkshire number, branch B06, moving motion 39, calling on branches to offer additional support for local authority members. First time delegate, first time speaker. Congress. Inequality, below inflation pay increases, reduction in contracted hours, attacks on working terms and conditions. These are just a few of the campaign issues our members in local authority have had to endure as a consequence of 13 years of Tory austerity-driven agenda. That is even before mentioning the 1 million reduction in local authority workforce since 2010. Yet of the almost 2 million remaining strong workforce across all local authorities, only over 50% are unionised members, which equates to about 200,000, which are GMB members. With many struggling within this current financial crisis, increased cost of living and rising inflation, often it is the almost vulnerable workers in the most deprived areas that are most susceptible, with less disposable income. Those on low or minimum wages, or women on part-time or fixed-term contracts, often in care or education, such as teaching assistants equate for approximately 1/3 of the local authority workers. Campaigners regularly highlight teaching assistants as a target for job cuts. As such, it is probably understandable where their priorities are. and why membership numbers vary across different authorities. It is in these times of difficulty that as one united GMB family, we support and stand in solidarity with our local authority members. Trailblazing and innovative, we called on all branches to run a live campaign to recruit new members in local authorities, targeting such as schools, care homes, high-density work areas with little membership. Disillusioned and discontent with years of broken Tory promises and austerity, there has never been a better time for Labour-controlled authorities to support and encourage union recruitment, with success in gaining an additional 22 councils. Almost 1 million potential members. However, GMB branches must also play their part and use their funds in the right context for organising and recruitment. Therefore, Congress, we ask that you support this motion calling upon branches to offer additional support for local authority campaigns in the form of promotional rates and financial for assistance for campaigns such as purchasing materials. Congress, I move.
Thank you. Seconder.
President, General Secretary, Congress. Dominic Hook, North East Yorkshire and Humberside Region. Branch N33, Local Authority, second motion 39. First time delegate, first time speaker. Congress, I'm a proud union activist in Newcastle. I work very hard for the GMB members in our local council, supporting low-paid workers in schools, social services, local services, support staff and apprentices. Within the department I work for, which is transport, I have managed to increase the membership and even regain membership by the help, support and care the branch and myself have given to members when they need it most. However, every department needs the same attention. And this motion is about ensuring the funding is there to ensure all our members feel part of the GMB family and receive the help and support they deserve. Following on, and adding to what Terry has already said, there is no doubt reps, members and even potential new members within the local authorities would benefit from funding to help with the organising, recruitment and materials for campaigns. Newcastle is a Labour-run council and therefore we have a good recognition agreement and good relationship with our upper management and councillors. However, there is no doubt we need to work together in the branch to ensure we offer the best support for our members and show that we are proactive and not just reactive. Although the recognition agreements are good, we often see resistance from managers when it comes to facility time for reps to carry out campaigns or even meet new staff and recruit. This motion is about giving the branches the tools we need to build a union and gives us the flexibility to run campaigns that we know will work locally. So Congress, please vote to support the local authority reps as we build a bigger and stronger GMB. I second.
Well done, Dominic. And then the mover of motion 40, please.
Good afternoon, Congress. President, Congress again. Wayne Oswick, London Region, moving motion 40, the cost of living crisis. Brothers, sisters, comrades, this motion should be called the Tory caused the living crisis. When will this spineless Tory party ever admit that it's not the striking workers, Ukraine, or the small boat migrants that's caused this problem? We all here in this Congress room today and others outside have lived through this hell all the way through our winter months of discontent and austerity because of 13 years of Tory mismanagement and self-inflicted economy disaster where billions have been lost through a Brexit trade and Euro and bureaucratic red tape. The crash of the pound value against the dollar by a PM who couldn't compete with the lifespan of a lettuce the lowest GDP in the G7, and let's not forget Sunak abolishing the cap for bankers, allowing free rein to increase interest rates on the head of inflation busting and stopping the problem. This is not decreasing inflation, it's causing a devastation, with families losing their homes and the high streets are closing, the highest rates for 13 years. As we know, the government are doing nothing to help us. We need to continue to encourage members to take part in campaigns and initiatives that will deliver a real change. Politically, industrially, socially, we can do this. We can make Britain and our union better. This motion lists actions that can be taken to achieve this. We appreciate this motion is with qualification, but due to the crisis we are living through and the long-term effect with no end in sight, we ask Congress to support this motion in asking branches to help their members with a hardship fund. If there was ever a time to ensure we use every tool, every action to support our members, now is that time. It is our duty as a member of the union to ensure that members' subscriptions are used responsibly to support them at work and to help them ease the cost of living. If not, who else will? Congress, I support this. I move this motion.
Well done, thank you. And seconder then for motion 40.
Good afternoon, Madam President, Congress. Raja Naveed, Professional Drivers Branch, London Region, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Second, motion 40. This motion perfectly sets the scene as to how we got to where we are. Through years of Tory mismanagement, we are seeing the true fruits of austerity. More people in poverty, increased fuel and energy prices, food inflation at a 45 years high, more people using food banks, and the list goes on. Although inflation is on its way down, wages have failed to keep pace with inflation, and that is why more and more workers are protesting while they still can. GMB has been standing up and saying enough is enough to this high inflation is eroding the real value of the money we have in our pockets. Our motion is asking that branches help their members to make work better by organizing and campaigning. We also need to reach out and support those in hardship, as there is no end in sight of this cost of living crisis. If there was ever a time to ensure that we are using every tool, every action, every penny to support our members, now is it that time. It is our duty as a member of the union to ensure that our members' subscriptions are used responsibly to support them at work and help we can to ease the cost of living crisis. Because if not us, if not our members, who will? I second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Raja. Anybody wishes to speak against? Can you make it clear which one you're opposing, please? Thank you.
President, Congress, Annette Riley, GMB Scotland, rising to oppose RMA 311. And the reason why I'm opposing this is to say to Congress, I'm a regional committee member. I've been a regional committee member for 10 years, and not once have we refused a funeral benefit, whether it be late or whether it doesn't meet the criteria. GMB Scotland has never, ever refused anybody their funeral benefit, regardless of their circumstances. Last month, we gave somebody who had unfortunately died at 42-year-old, who only had 6 months service with GMB, but was leaving 8 kids. All I want to say to you is, if you are in that circumstance, or you know a member that's in that circumstance, take it back to your regional committees. There's no need for a real change. Thank you.
So Andy Newman from Southern Region, speaking against Rule Amendments 309 and 311. There was a queue of people there, only a small queue of people trying to speak against these motions. Look, comrades, the people that are moving these motions and London Region are supporting them are doing it because they're good people. Absolutely, because it breaks our heart to see our members in financial difficulty or any other difficulties, and we want to help them. But how we best help our members is by fighting for improved conditions and better pay at work through our core business of organising and fighting. And watch those regional videos right up across the regions of England and the nations of the UK. GMB is fighting. We are fighting bad bosses and we are winning, and that costs money. It costs millions of pounds in strike pay, in comms, in materials that we're producing, in travel expenses. It costs a lot of money, and we can't spend the same money twice. And the other thing is that our members are struggling with their bills, and they're finding the GMB subscriptions hard. Now, Gary was elected with an absolutely iron mandate to keep the cost of membership down, and we need to respect that. So, yes, branches and regions have discretionary powers to spend. That can be used to help people in hardship. But we need to focus on what we do best: fighting, organising and winning for working people. Midlands have got a fantastic banner at the back with a picture of Will Thorne, the founder of our union. On the first Articles of Association of our union, it said, we pay only one benefit, strike benefit. We're absolutely focused on fighting bosses. People have said we're bottom of the league table. We might be the bottom of the league table for funeral benefit. I tell you, comrades, we're top of the league table for organising workers, winning more money for them and fighting bad bosses. Please oppose these rule amendments.
Stephen, you were the mover of Rule Amendment 311, so you have the right of reply. Oh, no, there's another, sorry.
Suzanne Williams, Wales and South West, opposing RA 311. Regional Committee member. We have never, ever refused a funeral benefit. In fact, last week we gave an additional £1,000 to a member with difficulty. We oppose.
Stevie Robertson replying to the call to oppose this. If we always pay out, Scotland, great on you always pay out for funeral benefits. Our branch certainly does the same, but it's a hardship grant. You have to tell them you're not getting the funeral benefits because you're not qualifying for it. That's the rule. But the branch will give you a hardship benefit and we pay it out. So if everybody's paying it, then what's the point in the rule? Why have the rule in there? Why not just scrap the rule altogether? But I'm not asking for it to scrap. I'm asking for it to be put down to 2 years. Where's the harm if we pay it out all the time? Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And Jan, you moved Rule Amendment 309, which was also opposed, so you have the right of reply as well.
Colleagues, Jan Smith, my right of a reply to Rule Amendment 309. Yes, there are hardships. Yes, we fight for the working class. We will always fight for the working class. But we also have to remember our colleagues who are on the breadline. We've heard about the food banks. We know about the food banks. Only a few weeks ago, I presented a £1,000 cheque on behalf of my region to the Thressel Food Bank, and a marvellous job that they are doing. But we also have to remember our people who have lost loved ones. They have not got the money or have to go into fundraising to give them the send-off. All I am asking for is for £50. And £50, Gary, I know you are looking towards for the freezing of our contributions. I fully accept that. But we cannot keep going year after year and not increasing this funeral benefit. From when I first started this union and my very first Congress back in the 70s, it was £125. How far have we come since that time? Peanuts. So please, Congress, use your conference and vote for this motion. I support.
Thank you, Jan. I now call on the General Secretary to respond on behalf of the CEC.
Thank you, President Congress. Gary Smith responding on behalf of the CEC with positions on Rule Amendments 306, 309, 311 and motions 39 and 40. Turning first to 306, the CEC's position is to ask the region to withdraw. In 2013, the CEC's finance report, which was adopted, introduced a promotional rate under Rule 46 of £2 per month for apprentices, which in turn increased in 2019 to £3 and £1 a month for students. The CEC feels that these current amounts still represent the correct contribution level. And remember, Rule 46.2 gives regional committees the final say over which members are appropriate to pay a promotional rate. Next, turning to Rule Amendment 309, the CEC is asking that you oppose this amendment. I do understand all the emotion behind the sentiment in this proposed rule amendment. I honestly do get it, Jan. But we have increased, I'm sorry, Jan, we have increased this benefit before, and we ensured that people who were on Grade 2 membership got the benefit of the full funeral benefit as well. And when we talk about what other unions are doing, we have to compare apples with apples. This is a benefit we pay to people who are not in financial membership, people who are retired life members. And what you've been asked to do is not pay an extra £50 per funeral, though you are being asked that. You've been asked to put a cost of about £40,000 a year on the union. And this is controversial, but you've got to hear it, because I've always said I'll be honest with you. In terms of retired life members alone, the potential liability of putting up the funeral benefit is about £4 million. And we will deal with on another day what we've been doing with retired life members outside the rule. So there are costs associated with this, and it's difficult and it's highly emotional, but I've just got to be straight with you on that. In terms of Rule Amendment 311, we are also asking, the CEC is asking, that you oppose this motion. Regions do have discretion over this, this benefit or supporting members who are in hardship. And I have to tell you, Congress, it just doesn't seem right to me that people who have 2 years service will pay in less money to the union than they could get out in funeral benefit. That doesn't seem fair to everybody else in the union, particularly when we have a discretionary element where we can support people who are in real need. And the comrades who got up and spoke in opposition made a point, and this is very, very important. It's easy to use language like we're bottom of the table. But we have to look at the full range of things we do as a union. We spent £2.7 million on strike pay and hardship payments supporting our members last year, and a load of the other unions that were mentioned don't spend anything like that supporting their members in struggle. This union will never be bottom of the table when it comes to supporting our members in struggle. And I do have, Congress, I was elected on a mandate to make the union more affordable. And again, I've just got to be straight with you. I can't do everything. I can't be increasing benefits and cutting subs and putting money into the campaigns and fights that we want to take on. I struggle to square that circle, and I need your help. Finally, on motion 39 and motion 40, the CEC is supporting both with the qualification. Rule 35(1)A on branches states the purpose of each branch is to help us achieve the aims set out in these rules, giving priority to recruiting, organising, providing services for and keeping members. And the basic unit of the branch will encourage members to take part in its democracy. The CEC encourages branches to use the funds held by them to promote membership of the union through running campaigns ensuring relevant materials are purchased to this end. However, our qualification is that the setting of contribution rates remains a matter for Congress of the Union and is governed by Rules 45 to 47. Branches cannot, therefore, set any promotional rates under rule. We are working hard to keep the GMB affordable, subs freezes, and we are looking at alternative charging models as well. So therefore, in conclusion, Congress, we are asking that Rule Amendment 306 is withdrawn. Congress oppose Rule Amendment 309 and 311, and motions 39 and 40 to be supported with their qualifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. The General Secretary will now move the financial statement, which includes the change of auditors and CC Rule Amendment 12.
Congress President, Vice President, thank you. Moving financial statement to the year end 31st of December 22, CEC Rule Amendment 12 and the position on the auditors. We have had no questions, Congress, so therefore I move adoption. I do want to use this opportunity, President, to rightly pay thanks, or say thank you to Graham, to Alison and Gary, who are in the hall from the finance team, and indeed the rest of the team up at the National Administration Unit in Paisley. You do a fantastic, often unseen job, tirelessly working away to make sure the union finances are managed properly. Thank you on behalf of us all. I have the very sad news to give you, well, certainly for me and for us, that Graham will retire next year. This will be his last Congress in his current role. And Graham, I have to say that you have brought a degree of transparency around our accounting and budgeting. I think you've given our Finance and General Purposes Committee and the CEC a newfound confidence in how we manage our finances, and having dealt with you close up with all the support and advice that you give me, Congress, Graham behaves at all times with such great integrity. You don't allow politics to get in the way of how we manage the union's money. We thank you so much for all your service and for the fantastic job you've done on our behalf. I know we'll welcome you back next year, but thank you formally, Graham, on behalf of the Congress. Now, we've spoken a lot about the growth in financial membership, and I'm really delighted about that, but you'd expect me to temper that a wee bit because now we're talking about the money. We started last year slow. That's the truth of the matter. The membership performance started slow. We had a lot going on, restructuring the regions, etc., etc. But it did pick up pace, and you've seen the figures in the latter part of the year. Absolutely incredible. We were averaging 8,235 new members joining us per month. And we, in some of these months since we last met, we have seen the biggest growth ever in our financial membership. Not just recruiting people, but actually building a sustainable union again. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I am not interested in selling people insurance. I don't want us to just be recruiting people into the union. The union has to be about building something and making a difference for working class people at their place of work. And the money in the union is important. Don't let anybody kid you on about the management of our finances. Our money ain't free. And a union with sound finances is a union that can afford to fight, and that is the game that we are back in, folks. And what we're also not doing is ever going to allow other unions to weaponise strike pay against us. Many of you have seen the way that other unions have behaved. Join us today, and here's a load of money for going on strike. Our members are not going to be starved back to work, and we're not going to be undermined by unions using that type of cynical recruitment practices. And that does mean that in backing our members in struggle, in supporting our members in the fights that they've taken on, we have spent a record £2.7 million on strike and hardship payments. We spent £1 million on a single strike alone. But you know what? That's what being in the union's about. It's about us coming together and supporting each other at the time of need, and I'm proud of the fact that is what we've been doing. And for the first time, setting the budgets, which we set at the end of last year, coming in this year, we have put aside, for the first time ever, a proper war chest. We've budgeted for it. And I'll use this chance to say to branches, there's a 9.7 million in branches, and you have the opportunity to support the battle by contributing to your regional strike funds as well. When we go into battle, when we pick those fights, we will never, ever be found wanting financially. Now, legal support is part of what we have to do for our members. We've talked a lot about equal pay, and I want equal pay to be an industrial battle and sorted on picket lines, as Shona and the team did in Glasgow. But you have to have sound legal backup when you take these fights on too, and our members are entitled to know that we have the best. And it cost us £2.8 million in legal fees last year. Our investment funds, just in terms of a couple of other headlines, but they did drop last year, as you might expect, with the state of the markets. They went down by 20%. We do invest in diversified funds. It protected us to an extent. And we've got 42.4 million of our money in those funds, which is actually up still £10 million on the original value. On pensions, the story is a positive one. We have cleared the deficit in the pension scheme, and I mean this on behalf of all of us, the staff of the union. You backed us on pensions, and we are so grateful for the support that you gave us. I know our teams, our staff work so hard, and we grudge them absolutely nothing. But when the chips are down and the pension scheme was in deficit, you backed us, and thank you for that. We have now got a good surplus, and that allowed us to make sure that we are reducing the contributions to the pension scheme by £3 million a year. Part of that money is going back to you through freezing the subs. Formally, I need to tell you about the auditors. At the 11th of June CEC meeting, we decided that we should undertake a tender exercise with regard to the provision of external audit services, and that includes membership assurance. In total, 5 audit firms submitted proposals, and after considering their submissions and hearing presentations from those shortlisted, it was decided to recommend to you from the CEC that a change of auditors be made. That's a long-winded way of saying, can you remember how upset Graham was last year coming into Congress over the audit? But it was the right thing to do, to go to tender and to look at our options. It's saving us money as well if this goes through. And we are recommending that Crowe be appointed as auditors for the audits from 2023 onwards, and it is the intention of the CEC that this be reviewed in 5 years' time. Congress, we are in a decent place financially as an organisation. I am really appreciative of the work undertaken by the whole SMT. There's a spirit of solidarity and collegiate working that I've never seen in my years on the SMT. In the past, we didn't properly pay our legal bills. That's why we got in trouble. Well, we do now. In the past, we were transferring money for the political fund and the general fund to balance the books. Well, we didn't do that last year. And the key to our budget is actually quite simple. You grow the membership, and we grow the membership on the back of fighting and campaigning in the way that we've been doing. But when we don't grow the membership, what we have to do is come to you every year, as we did, and ratchet up your subs to disguise the fact that the financial membership was falling year in, year out. But because we are growing, because we are being successful, and because I gave you a promise when I stood, we are freezing the union subs for our members. Again, we need to make this union as affordable as possible. President, I will finish on this. We're in decent shape, but we need discipline. We've got nearly 600 staff. They deserve a pay rise this year as well. We want to invest in projects like GRASP. It's transformative. I got so emotional looking at it earlier because it's such a symbol of what a better organisation we are. And of course, we always want to continue to support our members in struggle. I want more fires lit. I want more disputes. And let's never be afraid to support our members when they take to a picket line. Sound financial discipline is very important. It's really important in order that this union can keep fighting and keep campaigning. Congress, President, I move.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary. Before I take the votes, can I ask movers and seconders of Composite 3, 4 and 5 to make sure they're ready? Come down the front, please. So first of all, I will take the vote on the financial statement. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? That's adopted. Then I take the vote on CEC Rule Amendment 12. All those in favour, please show. Any against? No, there seems to be confusion in the room. What's the confusion? I will just remind you of the rule amendment.
The CEC Rule Amendment 12, I hope, is the uncontroversial one. It's about increasing the strike pay.
All those in favour, please show. That's better. All those against, that's carried. And then lastly, the change of auditors that Gary talked about. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against, that's carried. Now, thank you, Congress. We'll now go back to the votes on the rule amendments and the motions that were moved before the financial statements. And I will try and explain this as clearly as I can. So we'll take them one by one. And I'll explain the CEC. I'll restate the CEC position on all of these items. London, do you agree to withdraw Rule Amendment 306? No? Okay. The CEC will then be opposing Rule Amendment 306. If you agree with the CEC in opposing the Rule Amendment, you vote against the Rule Amendment. If you are in favour of the Rule Amendment, obviously you vote when I ask all those in favour. All those in favour of Rule Amendment 306, and can you make hands really clear, please? All those in favour? All those against Rule Amendment? That's been lost. London, do you wish to withdraw Rule Amendment 309? No? Okay, the same applies. The CEC are opposing Rule Amendment 309. That means if you agree with the CEC opposition, you vote against the rule amendment. If you're in favour, obviously you vote in favour of the rule amendment. All those in favour of the rule amendment, please show. All those against, that's also lost. Rule Amendment 311, London, do you wish to withdraw? There's a pattern here. So the CEC stance is to oppose Rule Amendment 311. Again, if you agree with the CEC stance, you vote against the rule amendment. If you're in favour, you vote in favour of the rule amendment. All those in favour of the rule amendment? Thank you. All those against? That's also lost. Thank you. We move on to motion 39. Does North East Yorkshire and Humber accept the qualification on motion 39? Thank you. All those in favour of the motion, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's carried. Does London accept the qualification on motion 40? Thank you. All those in favour of the motion, please show. Thank you. All those against? That's carried. We got through that, okay. We move on to the section 5, union organisation, benefits and service. Can I have the mover of composite 3, please?
President, Congress, Yvonne Davidson, Midlands Region, moving composite 3, to seek a 24-hour legal helpline for members. Police staff go to work to help and support the public. We never think that we could be involved or be witness to a death or serious injury which could lead to a post-incident procedure. This is called a PIP. When a PIP is called, there is a lockdown of the area and any people involved. Staff and officers in our force are transferred to a post-incident management, which is called a PIM suite, and aren't allowed to talk to each other, and their statements are taken. This can involve any of our members across all of our police forces, from detention officers to control room staff. It is a very frightening experience, and there is potential that things can lead to a criminal matter and a conviction. How many of our members go to work at the beginning of their shift and potentially lose their jobs or have a criminal conviction from something which has happened that day at work? I've been called out to many PIMs at all hours of the day and night. There was one that happened Christmas 22. I received a phone call on the Bank Holiday Tuesday from a control room chief inspector in charge of post-incident management, that's PIM, stating that one of our control room members was one of the police staff was one of our members with the police staff and police officers that had been involved in a 999 call where a missing person was found dead. It was a Bank Holiday Tuesday. My family were visiting for Christmas. Regional office was obviously short. Union line was closed. I reassured the member, but I knew that I needed to get them legal representation for a stage 4 statement 3 days later. I phoned Union Line on the Wednesday, but they wanted the member to contact them. Why, I asked. They're very upset, and usually the regional officer arranges all this, and they don't need to speak to the member. I was told it was GDPR. Yet again, this is Union Line not understanding what is needed for a PIP. I couldn't leave the member with no legal representation on the Friday, so I emailed everybody, absolutely everybody, including Gary Rubin at Blackford's, and he actually saved the day and contacted the member. If this had happened in the middle of the night, there would have been no legal support. Unison are very good, very organised, and give all their members a card with a 24-hour dedicated legal helpline, which they can carry around with them at all times. Unison uses a recruitment tool, and it's a very good one as well. I've been to many starters inductions knowing full well that they will join Unison because of this. I can't offer them that support and reassurance. Our members, our reps and our branch secretaries have nothing. I ask Congress to look at this as a matter of urgency, mainly to protect our members, but this would also be a fantastic recruitment tool. I'm sure other members in this Congress across our workforces would also benefit from this. Please support Composite 3. Thank you.
Well done, Yvonne. Thank you. And seconder from Wales and South West.
President, Congress. Kate Hood, Wales and South West Region, seconding Composite 3, 24-hour legal support. First-time delegate, first-time speaker. Thank you. Many police staff members work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, so can find themselves under investigation at any time of the day or night. If this happens during the GMB working day, their local rep can access support via their regional organiser, including accessing legal advice when necessary. Outside of these hours, the members and their rep may be faced with going into an investigation, interview, or giving a statement without the necessary support and guidance. Members pay their subs and therefore expect a level of support that gives them peace of mind for the pressure they work under 24/7. As it stands, this is not available to them outside of normal office hours and puts them at a disadvantage compared to their police officer colleagues and colleagues in other unions who have 24/7 legal cover. This is used against us by other unions in recruitment, and by providing this, it will allow us to grow our GMB membership, as well as giving our members the service and support they need and deserve. Please, Congress, support this motion. I second.
Well done, Kate. And the move of Composite 4.
Congress, President Andy Newman from Southern Region, moving Composite 4 on behalf of that region. Comrades, what a brilliant idea Union Line is. I mean, it's often not acknowledged that some of the trade union solicitors firms, as they describe themselves, are paying £1 million bonuses, and they have directors that are sitting on yachts in the Mediterranean. So it was a brilliant idea to have a union firm belonging to working people, GMB and CWU. It was an idea that Paul Kenny, when he was General Secretary, brought in. It's really great to see Paul in the room, and I believe I was the person that moved the rule amendment that put Union Line into the rule book, so I certainly agree with the idea. But, comrades, it doesn't always live up to its promise, and that is the point of the composite, is that we can do better. In particular, there is a problem for members who need to phone Union Line to lodge a legal claim with them, but perhaps they don't speak English as their first language. Perhaps they've got in the middle of a crisis. I had a member whose husband had dropped dead at work, the workplace that she actually worked in. Now, this was resolved, and I was able to represent her to Union Line, but that took some effort and going behind the scenes and struggling to do it. That wasn't something that was straightforward. We have people that don't speak English as their first language, but also, as trade union reps, what we're so good at, what you're so good at, is patiently listening to people for maybe half an hour, or as long as it takes, to find out what their story is. And so many working people struggle to explain exactly what the issue is because they don't know which facts are most relevant, they don't know what the law is, and they tell you everything, and we're the ones that have to ask the probing questions. Now, to be honest, comrades, we're brilliant at it, and with all due respect to any solicitors in the room, solicitors are very poor at it. You know, they don't spend a lot of time with people patiently building up an understanding. So what the composite is calling for is that Union Line facilitates a way of officers, branch secretaries, helping to lodge the claims. But there's another aspect where it's really important that we as branch secretaries can access legal advice. Because sometimes, when we're fighting an employer, we fight them with everything. We overwhelm them with industrial action, with using our political clout, with press warfare, with press releases going out, and also with bogging them down in every legal action that we can, so they're petrified of getting a foot wrong because they know that the GMB will be over them like paint. And sometimes, as lay members, we need to think, well, I need to do a press release. I think the employer's wrong. Actually, the LRD booklets are, of course, brilliant, and if you don't read them, you should read them. But sometimes you just really need to talk to a solicitor and say, just float this idea. Is that unlawful? And that isn't a facility which Union Line currently offers. Now, we are delighted that we've got a new legal director, and I know that the points we're making in the composite are being listened to, and there are some challenges in implementing everything. First of all, I understand it's very important that the GMB doesn't itself assume legal liability, so that's an issue. Also, there are staffing constraints with Union Line. We respect all of those things. So the CEC has asked for this to be withdrawn, this motion. I don't know how this works with the composite. I just asked my regional secretary, he wasn't sure either. From the point of view of Southern Region, we're happy for it to be withdrawn. Is it not being withdrawn? Oh, well, we just got the wrong end of the stick then, in which case, vote for it. CEC is supporting it.
You're asked to refer it, which means you're being asked to refer.
Oh, yeah, we're being asked to refer it, not withdraw it. Okay, we're asked to refer it. And from the point of view of Southern Region, we're very happy to refer it. The other regions who are supporting this composite, of course, have got their own sovereign decision-making, will make their own decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. Seconder from London Region.
President, Congress. Gavin Downey, London Region, seconding Composite 4. Congress. In 2014, the GMB took the radical step of setting up its own legal firm, a brave, innovative step in providing legal services for its members. In recent years, those who were responsible for managing our law firm from GMB were clearly asleep at the wheel. I make no apology for the frustration you may hear in my voice, but it simply wasn't good enough, and so we demanded a better service for our members. Through being provided with the updates we receive at our regional council meetings, it is clear that significant work has been undertaken to get to the bottom of what has been wrong with our law firm and why the business model initially set up has changed so dramatically during the years between 2016 and 2020. However, we are pleased that supportive and corrective action is now being taken to address the performance and service concerns of so many members have had to endure. When I started as a GMB representative, our legal services were enshrined in everything we did, including through our regional training courses. This was a very effective approach and educated all new workplace reps to go back into their workplace and tackle employers over accidents at work, whilst at the same time ensuring our members lodge claims for slips, trips, falls, exposure to chemicals, fumes, dust, and in my workplace, things like needle pricks from handling refuse. Congress, we have over 1 million people we can engage as a captive audience, and when you include members' families, it is a crying shame when you continue to hear members using high street solicitors rather than our own law firm, and then getting fleeced by them when any compensation is awarded. We are asking Congress to agree to a concerted collective effort at targeting various industries where accidents at work are sadly still a daily occurrence, with the massive cuts to HSE funding and health and safety being less of a concern to many unscrupulous employers. How else are we going to secure justice for our members and improve health and safety standards in the workplace? Every year we remember those who sadly lost their lives through poor health and safety at work, and we respectfully mark Workers' Memorial Day. Over recent years, I've seen many GMB press releases calling out unsafe working practices or how some employers are bad at work. Amazon being up there amongst the top 10, if not top of the pile.
Gavin, can you...
I would urge Congress to support our motion and let's start tackling unsafe and unfair working practices. Congress, please support the composite.
Thank you. Thank you. North Western Irish, do you want to take... Yep. There you
President, Congress, Michael Brady, North Western Irish, first time delegate, first time speaker. In relation to Union Line services in Northern Ireland, the problem arises when members are given advice based on employment law as it applies in Great Britain. However, employment legislation in Northern Ireland is different in many regards. We have been making Union Line aware of this issue for a number of years, and as the outcome is that members are getting misleading advice, the situation has to change immediately, or members in Northern Ireland need and deserve a better service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I've got the mover of Composite 5.
Hortense Silvera, Southern Region, Moving Composite 5. Good afternoon, President and our GMB Congress. This motion is quite personal to me, as it had been my lived experience with my son, Troy, when I was pregnant with my son, Troy. So, Troy, this is for you. Today, I stand before you to address a major issue of radical discrimination with an urgent plea for justice and equality. We cannot turn a blind eye to the concerns that have reached our ears, the whispers of race discrimination cases being turned down by our union line. We must confront this issue head on for the sake of our Black and ethnic minority members and the integrity of our union. Congress, we are the champions of justice and equality, the vanguards of workers' rights. But when our own members, our Black and brown brothers and sisters, feel there is a higher bar set for them, we must take notice. We must address this perception of unequal access head on and ensure that every member of the GMB feels confident that justice will be served, regardless of the color of their skin. I implore you, my fellow GMB family, to join me in demanding answers, demanding accountability, and demanding change. We cannot allow the shadows of discrimination to tarnish our union's reputation or the trust of our members. We must shine a light on the truth and take decisive action to rectify any disparities that may exist. Congress, this motion proposes that we embark on a comprehensive sampling exercise, a deep dive in the race discrimination cases that have been unsupported over the past 5 years. We must leave no stone unturned, no voice unheard. This sampling exercise, overseen by our National Race Network and in collaboration with our dedicated National Race Officer, will be our compass, guiding us towards a fairer and more equitable future. I knew that would give me problems. Congress, a report alone is not enough. We must not stop at words on a page. We must translate those findings into tangible, meaningful action. We must implement any recommendation put forward in the report in a timely manner, ensuring that they become the cornerstone of our union's practices and policies. Only then can we truly eradicate any inequalities that may exist within our ranks. Let us demonstrate unwavering commitment to equality for all. Together, we can build a stronger, more inclusive union, a union that leaves no room for discrimination or prejudice. Congress, I will leave with you the words of Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it's done. Let's make this impossible possible. I move, Congress. Thank you.
Well done, Hortense. And seconder from North Eastern Yorkshire, Humber.
President, Congress, Cindy Gavin, North East Yorkshire, Humberside Region, seconding Composite 5. I nearly said Yorkshire and North Derbyshire then. Old habits, eh? Congress, institutional racism is still very much present, and unfortunately it rears its ugly head far too often in our workplaces. In this motion, we're asking you that we need to have a sound legacy for change for our members experiencing race discrimination, and not to feel abandoned in their hour of need, just because it may be a little more difficult than any other. This motion asks you to give our ethnically diverse members the confidence that they are being valued, that they are being listened to. The scrutiny the GMB Race Network tasks our union with is a step in the right direction for this. I ask that you drive the change in attitudes and efforts that we ask for. Let's send a clear message to the members that we are committed to creating a culture that recognises and values their membership and all the services that they can access as part of that. Congress, I ask you all to be an upstander, not a bystander. I'm second.
Thank you, Cindy. London, do you wish to come into this debate? You're part of the composite.
Madam President, Congress, Robert Wheeler, London Region, speaking in support of Composite 5. Congress, following the work of the TUC Anti-Racism Task Force on collective bargaining, a roundtable discussion on strategic litigation took place in April 2022, producing a report titled The Trade Union Challenge, Winning Legal Race Discrimination Cases. The discussion came up with 5 key recommendations. Unions should widen the scope of their criteria for supporting cases beyond whether the case has 50% chance of success to wider reasons for pursuing them. Unions need to share their experiences of litigation and identify strategic issues they can pursue jointly through courts. Unions should take more ownership of the detailed cases with closer collaboration between union lay reps, union officials, and legal representatives to enable more case preparation. Unions should allocate resources to race equality cases. Unions have an opportunity to identify potential test cases in the NHS and other public services. General secretaries of all unions were invited to sign the TUC Anti-Racism Task Force Race Charter. The pledge of this charter states, on behalf of the union, I pledge our commitment to progress economic, social justice for Black people. I pledge to adopt the Anti-Racism Manifesto to build an anti-racism trade union movement. Thanks to our General Secretary, who signed this charter last year. As Black, Asians, and ethnic majority members in the GMB, this motion is simply asking for a report to be presented at next year's Congress on how many race cases have been reported in the last 5 years. Also, how many cases have been taken on the success rate, as having such data is important in the fight for racial equity in the workplace, society, and in our union. Congress, I support this composite.
Well done, Robert. Thank you. The North Western Irish region want to have, you've got opportunity to priority in the debate if you want to. You don't have to. No? Okay. Does anyone wish to speak against these motions? Then I'll take Kevin Buchanan to respond on behalf of the CEC. And while he's coming up, can I ask movers and seconders of motion 49 and 50 to come down the front, please?
President, Congress, Kevin Buchanan, responding to composites 3, 4 and 5 on behalf of the CEC. We are asking that all 3 composites be referred back. Firstly, on composite 3, to seek a 24-hour legal support helpline for members. While the motion would have cost implications which need to be examined and understood in more detail, the CEC recognises that special circumstances may apply for police staff members. We are concerned if members are reporting a shortfall in access to essential legal advice. We are asking that this motion be referred so that we can gather more information on this issue from membership and shop stewards, and to consider at the CEC's Finance and General Purposes Committee the potential cost implications and whether to proceed with a tendering process for an appropriate provider. On composite 4, GMB legal services through Union Line and in Northern Ireland. We are continuously working to improve the legal service, including the appointment last week of Jamie Hanley as our union's new legal director. There are well-made points in the motion. We are asking that it be referred so it can be considered in more detail. All workers in every workplace are continually exposed to hazards which may negatively impact on their health, whether it is from exposure to substances or poor ergonomic work design. In practical terms, it is simply not possible for Union Line to proactively attempt to address every potential workplace exposure. In practice, it is the army of GMB health and safety representatives who play a critical role of identifying such hazards and holding the employers to account, with Union Line becoming involved when harm is caused and a claim can be made. Union Line has its own management, and the firm is a joint endeavour with CWU. Congress can therefore not direct Union Line to take particular actions. Campaigns should also be developed on a sector basis, where there is a clear rationale within existing resources for doing so. And finally, turning to Composite 5, employment tribunal cases linked to race discrimination and ensuring equal access for GMB Union support of black members in race discrimination cases. We are asking that the motion be referred so that the CEC can establish the facts. No one should be discriminated against because of their race at work or anywhere else. The GMB is determined to confront race discrimination. We understand that concerns have been raised in the wider labour movement about the processing of potential employment tribunal cases. The GMB does not rely on a 51% threshold. Legal assistance is covered under Rule 26, and there is no mention in the rule of a fixed percentage of winning a case. Indeed, in questions of the use of disproportionate power, which often activate cases of sexual harassment, the moral imperative to see justice done is more important than a cool calculation of success rates. Changing any formal legal assistance requirements would need rule amendment and a thorough examination of how that might impact the treatment of ET cases overall. We are making improvements to our legal service. This work can include an investigation into whether the concerns raised by this motion are quantifiable and the race issues in general, taking into account the TUC Anti-Racism's Task Force work on tribunal cases and its 2022 report, Trade Union Challenge Winning Legal Race Discrimination Cases. The CEC therefore asks regions involved in these composites to accept reference back so that we can work in earnest on the issues that they have raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. In terms of Composite 3, do Millions accept the reference back? Thank you. Wales and South West? Thank you. In terms of Composite 4, I've heard Southern do. Does London? Thank you. North Western Irish? Thank you. And in terms of Composite 5, does Southern accept the reference back for Composite 5? Yes. And North East Yorkshire and Humber? Yes. London and North Western Irish? Thank you. I put those, oh no, in fact, because they're all referred, there is no vote. So we can go straight on to section 6, which is union organisation, benefits and services. So can I have a mover of motion 49, please? And then can movers and seconders of motion 247, 249 and 250 also be ready to come down the front?
President, Conference, Phil Boys, North East Yorkshire and Humber Central Branch. First time delegate, first time speaker, moving motion 49. Conference, we need to clarify the reasons for our motion and what we are trying to achieve. A huge member benefit was the convalescent home in Dawlish in Devon. This venue was used by our members to recover from ill health, including stress. Unfortunately, during COVID, this facility had to close its doors. Following this, we had a motion last year asking the union to find another suitable venue. We understand the union has been unable to find a venue that is both suitable and financially viable. The Elstead venue in Bournemouth is a hotel and training facility owned by the CWU. All the staff are proud GMB members. The GMB officer responsible for the LSED has confirmed that the CWU have not yet sold the venue and that the property development company and any deal would be dependent on planning permission being given to convert the property into residential apartments. This has not been given yet. We urge the CEC to monitor this situation and register interest should planning not be given. A registration of interest isn't a commitment, it's the start of a conversation that could lead to a commitment. As GMB, we currently utilise this venue regularly for training in residential, mostly by the southern region and community groups. With a fully functioning spa, gym and pool, we believe that it would be an ideal venue for members approaching the end of their recuperation. The union has changed in the way we work and requires officers to focus on the servicing work requires officers to focus on campaigning and lay officials to take on the servicing work. Let's be clear, conference, this is a huge amount of work on top of other work commitments that we now take on. The effect of all these changes means that the increased pressures and demands and nature of servicing handled by our lay members naturally increases pressure on our mental and physical health. And so a facility like this could be really useful. Other trade unions have these facilities available, including Unite's venue in Eastbourne, which is run commercially as well as for member benefit. We urge the union to look into all options and encourage all our lay members to assist and to highlight potential venues that the union could potentially invest in. Now, the CEC has made its position clear and asked us to withdraw this motion. But as a region, while we respect that, we thought that the conversation needed to be brought to the floor. Also, that a member benefit of this nature needs to be kept firmly on the GMB agenda. With this in mind, we thank Congress for listening and for hopefully keeping this conversation going. But Congress, we now withdraw this motion in line with the CEC request and thank everyone for listening.
Thank you, Philip, and we appreciate that. Seconded. Can it be before second? It doesn't have to be seconded, does it? No. Thank you, North Eastern Yorkshire Humber, for agreeing to withdraw. Thank you. We can move on to move of motion 50.
President, Congress, Chris Marsh, Wales and South West Region, moving motion 50. Congress, on the 3rd of December 2020, there was a tragic explosion at Wessex Water site in Avonmouth near Bristol, which led to 4 people losing their lives. 3 were employees of Wessex Water, the other a contractor. One person who died in that accident was a 16-year-old apprentice. Brian Vickery, who also died in that accident, was 63 years of age and vastly experienced. He was a GMB Union member. Brian was survived by his widow and 3 sons. He was their rock and a very missed friend and colleague to many of us. Thankfully, the death of a member in the workplace is a rare occurrence. It is extremely stressful for workplace organisers to deal with the aftermath. Reflecting on our efforts to support the bereaved family, whilst I, the branch secretary, received excellent support from the full-time officer and the regional staff of the union, as a branch, we feel that instances such as these are so serious and emotional that families should receive support from the GMB National Office, allowing for a more detailed and cohesive response from the union. Also ensuring that families have access to support in claiming benefits such as the funeral benefit and the fatal accident benefit, and providing them with a detailed explanation of what they are likely to face in the future. And that level of support can be given to, that can be given to them by the union and its legal partners. Colleagues, we ask Congress to support this motion, and, lastly, that's all I would like to say is God bless Brian, Ray, Luke and Mike, who died on that day. They are forever in our thoughts, and I would like Congress to support this motion, and I move. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Seconder.
President, Congress, Paul Hunt, Wales and South West Region, seconding motion 50. Congress, you heard my colleague tell you about the devastating circumstances surrounding the explosion at Wessex Water back in 2020. Hinkley Point C is currently the largest international construction project and is situated within the Wales and South West Region. In November last year, Jason Waring, one of our members, working at Hinkley Point, tragically lost his life whilst at work. Jason was 48 years old and left a wife and 4 children. Jason was from Nottingham, but like many employees working on Hinkley Point, he stayed on campus throughout the week, which created a second family of colleagues. This is the way of life for many on this site. On that tragic day in November 22, our GMB health and safety reps were all at hand to give their support and guidance to the company and colleagues who were on shift that day. Matt and Julian, who are with us here today, were those very individuals who gave that essential support, and for that we thank you. From that day, it was clear we needed some intervention to help Jason's colleagues deal with the trauma of events, and it was transparent that we needed well-trained mental health champions to be at hand for our members. The region has created a bespoke mental health training package for reps on site, and it's without a doubt a leading programme of ongoing support we offer our members within Hinkley Point. Colleagues, there needs to be a national link up to offer specialist support to our reps and activists who are undertaking a role of extreme importance. They need national support to deal with fatalities at work and help them support our members to the best of their ability. Please support this motion. I second.
Thank you, Paul. If there's no opposition, then I'll ask GM Union to respond on behalf of the CEC, please.
President, Congress, June Murray speaking on behalf of the CEC on motion 50. On motion 50, national support following a fatal accident in the workplace, the CEC is asking that the motion be referred. It's thankfully rare that GMB members to be killed at work, and one death is too many. Every fatal incident is different, every investigation has unique features, and the response from GMB is always specific to the circumstances as a result. There are elements of this motion that can be implemented in relatively straightforward fashion. Funeral benefit and fatal accident benefit are covered by rule and can be explained in guidance. But support during any investigation by regulators or police will be impossible to set in prescriptive guidance, primarily due to the risk of prejudicing investigation process. The development of a set of core principles for GMB officers in providing support in fatal accident circumstances could be beneficial, but would require wide consultation across GMB, which could not realistically be completed before GMB Congress 2023. So Congress, to sum up, the CEC is asking for motion 50 to be referred. Thank you.
Thank you, June. Does Wales and South West agree to refer? Thank you. That means there's no vote. And then once again, thanks to North East and Yorkshire Humber for agreeing to withdraw. Thank you. That moves us on to section 7, social policy transport. And could the movers and seconders of 252, 254 and 255 also come down as the last motions of the day? Can I have the mover of 247, please?
Good afternoon again, Madam President, Congress, Delegate, Professional Branch, Drivers Branch, London Region, Raja Naveed, first time Delegate Congress and second speech here. Support for public transport and transport workers. Public transport workers play a crucial role in ensuring that people can move around cities and towns. They are responsible for operation buses, trains, trams, and ferries, and for providing a safe and reliable service to passengers. However, these workers often face a range of challenges and difficulties, including low pay, long hours, and exposure to health and safety risks. One of the key challenges facing public transport workers is low pay. Many workers in the sector are paid minimum wage or close to it, despite the fact that they are responsible for the safety and comfort of thousands of passengers each day. This can lead to high levels of stress and dissatisfactions among workers, which in turn can impact the quality of service provided to passengers. Another challenge facing public transport workers is the long and often irregular hours that they are required to work. This can impact their health and well-being, as well as their ability to maintain a work-life balance. To address this issue, transport authorities should consider implementing policies and promote flexible working arrangements, such as job sharing, part-time work, and remote working. This can help to reduce the stress and strain on workers and improve their overall job satisfaction. Finally, it is important to recognize the value contribution to that public transport workers make to society. They are responsible for keeping people moving and for ensuring that cities and towns remain connected and accessible. To show appreciation for their work, governments and transport authorities should consider providing public transport workers with additional benefits, such as access to affordable housing, healthcare, and education. This can help to improve the quality of life for workers and attract new talent to the sector. Supporting public transport workers is essential for ensuring the sustainability and effectiveness of public transport services. By addressing the challenges and difficulties faced by workers, transport authorities can improve the quality of service provided to passengers and create a more equitable and sustainable transport system. This can help to reduce congestion, improve air quality, and promote economic growth and social development. Madam President, I move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Raja. Seconder.
Congress, President Brendan Duffield, London Region, seconding motion 247. £31 billion. What could you buy with £31 million? New hospitals, invest in vocational training, or perhaps payments to increase the paltry universal credit sums many families suffer during our cost of living crisis. The damage created by the Conservative and the populist politicians who have promised the earth and given Great Britain dirt. 31 billion will get you the subsidy for your UK rail companies and help pay individuals in charge as a head of reward, 145,000, or a displaced person, UBA, of 155,000. You start to wonder why those striking on railways for better pay are the targets of the Conservative press, who are busy hiding the real costs of bonuses and cultures that lead to renationalisation of the railways, which fill in the pockets of privateers.
The situation with buses is so different, with the exception that unprofitable routes are cut at a moment's notice and users are left without services while drivers are paid less than reasonable salaries, often facing bullying and intimidation by management. The railway dispute has seen the UK government trying to vilify unions and claiming they have no involvement in negotiations, when we all know that the sweaty hands of the Conservative in corporate has its fingers marked all over the rail companies' pay and conditions and negotiations. As a union, we must help support our comrades in this workplace and also engage with specialist unions to support the aims of educating our members. Only with a consolidation effort can we make changes. I second.
Thank you, Brendan. It's only because we are nice and early that I'm letting people go over the red light. So, mover of motion 249.
President, Congress, you're right again. Luke Simcock, London Region, moving motion 495 on buses. I stand before you today to ask for your vote in favour of this motion to give the union a mandate to push for repeal or amend the Transport Act of 1985, one of Thatcher's gifts, to allow the local authorities to operate their own buses without any preconditions. It's no secret that private and commercial operators have significantly reduced the quality of our local bus services, prioritising profits over the needs of the people. The result is that many people who rely on buses to go to work, school, visit vital medical appointments, have been let down by the lack of an adequate service. Furthermore, bus services play a crucial role in reducing carbon emissions, pollution and congestion, especially now that bus companies are introducing electric buses into their fleets. Therefore, it is our responsibility to ensure that the needs of the people and the environment are more prioritised than the profits of private corporations. The current prohibition placed on the local authorities by government prevents them from effectively managing their own bus service. This is unacceptable. It puts the interests of private corporations before the needs of our people. We need to change this, and we need to change this now. We need to improve the quality of our bus services in our communities to reduce the carbon footprint and ensure the needs of our people are prioritised. We cannot continue to let private corporations profit ahead of the people. Please support this motion so we can write to the Secretary of State and campaign for a change in legislation to allow local authorities to operate in their own buses without any preconditions. This will give the power back to the people and allow local authorities to put the needs of their communities first. We have the power to make a difference, and it is time to take action. Please support this motion. I move.
Well done, Luke. And then seconder.
President, brothers and sisters, Catherine Jones, London Region, I am seconding the motion 249 on local organising of bus routes. Over the many years, the bus routes have disappeared in rural areas. This means that people are unable to use public transport for appointments, work, or ordinary updated working life, everyone's life. In every area there is buses. They're frequently and trimmed off buses for
them to use because I've got to read it. Unfrequency. People are focused to using other transport, which usually means running a car, causes more pollen and congestion, and largely layouts of costs. Currently, the bus companies want to make profit for their shareholders. The shareholders are usually not the ones that use the buses. We need a bus service that fulfills the needs of users and potential users, but allowing the local organisation to run a non-profit bus service, any money that we receive is subsidised, put back to the needs. By giving the council the free range, they can design routes that fit their needs for users. By giving that, we want other customers to use this service to help them make the money and self-funded. In the currently climates, many people subsidise, make ends meet, realising a cheaper bus service would help. We would be helping individuals to cope day to day and not extra money for shareholders. By allowing local organisations to run bus service who use them are working people and middle class who are struggling to provide for their young families facing huge child costs, pensioners and other disabled then can be given a bus service they deserve. Please vote for this motion so we can require to repeal or amend the 985 transport so the local organisations can operate their own buses without any penalties.
Well done, Cathy. And then the mover of motion 250, please.
Les Timby, North East Yorkshire and Humber region, moving motion 250, public buses, not private profit. President, Congress, comrades, for too long, London politicians have ignored the local bus networks, failing to invest in this service and letting the public and the workforce down. Some areas in the North East of England have no bus service on a Sunday. What a disgrace. The companies that run these services continue to put profits before passengers, communities and our members, the staff. The newly announced North East devolution deal will give the newly elected mayor the opportunity to put things right. So let's work together with our comrades in the Northern TUC to make sure the mayor franchises these service on day one of being elected. This means lobbying all mayoral candidates to commit to franchising and ensure the workers' rights and protections are put in place to underpin the future of the bus service. All of us, every single one of us here, will use a bus. So let's make sure that these bus services are run as good public services for us all, not for private profit. We need a public bus service that is fit for purpose, not lining the pockets of the likes of Stagecoach and Go Ahead North East. Congress, I move.
Well done, Les. Seconder.
President, Congress. Sue Atkinson, A61 branch, North East Yorkshire and Humberside, seconding motion 250. Second time delegate, first time speaker. Buses may not be the most glamorous of topics, but it's one of the most vital. Millions of people rely on a bus route every day. They take us to work, they take our pensioners to the shops, they take our kids to schools and colleges. They provide vital links to public communities and prevent people from being isolated. In short, buses are vital public services, yet they're not run in the interest of the communities that they serve. Rather, they are run for private profit. Where I live in Darlington, I see this every day. Since our solid municipal bus service was given to Arriva, we see the services deteriorate. Rural, not-profitable routes have been slashed, leaving people without services, cut off from families and friends. The service has become unreliable, so more people opt out of the services, fearing the bus will never arrive. So the service gets less passengers, in turn gets worse. Buses should be seen as a vital public service, and with more and more power being devolved to direct electrical mayors, GMB has a great opportunity to get the politics to bring our buses back in-house. Congress, buses should be run in the interest of those who operate and use them, rather than operate as a cash cow for the huge corporations. Congress, let us make sure our buses are reliable and affordable and safe. As the words of a well-known nursery rhyme go, the wheels on the bus go round and round. Oh no, they don't, because they're privatised. In the words of Angela Rayner, public service should belong to the public. Congress, I urge you to support this motion. I second. Thank you.
Well done, Susan. I'm really pleased you got to the rostrum on your second time to Congress. Well done. If nobody wishes to speak against it, then can I ask Dave Flanagan to respond on behalf of the CEC, please?
President, Congress. Dave Flanagan, North Western Irish Region, speaking on behalf of the CEC on motions 249 and 250. First, turning to motion 249, a local authority operation of buses, the CEC is supporting with a qualification. We support fully our bus networks. The 1985 Transport Act opened the door to the fragmentation and privatisation of our local bus networks. Some municipal operators have survived, but the 2017 Bus Services Act shamefully introduced a ban on local authorities in England forming new municipal bus companies. Our qualification is that the GMB has already helped secure a commitment from the Labour Party that a future government would repeal this clause, and developing this policy may be a more effective use of GMB's resources than campaigning for the current government, which is ideologically committed to privatisation, to change its course. Secondly, on motion 250, public buses, not private profit, the CEC is supporting with a qualification. The CEC applauds the stagecoach workers who took a stand in defence of decent pay. We recognise that the fragmentation and privatisation of bus services was a social disaster, and that Tyne and Wear has been at the forefront of efforts to re-regulate bus services. We are seeking to support this motion with the qualifications that the North East, Yorkshire and Humber region would be best placed to lead on this campaign, and that where GMB has bus sector members, Support for an individual franchising scheme must always be an issue for branch consultation. Congress, please support both motions with the qualifications laid out. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Does London accept the qualification on motion 249? Thank you. And North East Yorkshire and Humber on 250? Thank you. So I can put them all to the vote with CEC also supporting motion 247. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? Motions 247, 249, 250 are carried. Just before I take the mover of the last three motions, could delegates who went to the Midlands regional function last night check their raffle tickets? The pink tickets 241 to 245, or if you've got a green ticket 91 to 95. I think that might mean you've got a prize, but we can email apparently these raffle details to the regional delegate leads. So that's anybody that went to the Midlands regional function last night. Thank you. That takes me to the final motions of the day. So can I have the mover of 252, please?
Madam President, Congress, solidarity to the bus workers around the country. Congress, Transport for London has failed. It's failed to regulate, failed to balance its books, failed the travelling public, failed transport workers. London taxis were once part of the integral part of London's integrated transport policy. The current mayor removed taxis from his plans without reason or warning a few years ago, and in doing so he allowed the taxi trade in London to be removed from priority and major road arteries by Transport for London, the Corporation of London, where all the banks are, and local authorities like Camden, a Labour-held council. Getting around a city like London can be a challenge for everyone. However, for the visually impaired and disabled, navigating the transport system can be particularly difficult. One factor that exacerbates this challenge is the exclusions from taxis from some of London's bus lanes. This policy not only creates inconvenience for these vulnerable groups, but also limits their access to transport and puts them at a disadvantage. The exclusion of taxis from bus lanes in areas such as Bank Junction, Bishopsgate and Tottenham Court Road has a significant impact on the mobility of visually impaired, disabled and vulnerable passengers. These groups often rely on taxis to navigate the city, as public transport can be challenging or inaccessible for them. To address the disadvantages faced by visually impaired, disabled and vulnerable passengers, it is necessary to change the policy that excludes taxis from certain areas and bus lanes in London. Allowing taxis in these lanes would improve the accessibility and safety of transport for these groups and will also benefit other passengers by reducing congestion and travel times. This policy has been successfully implemented in other cities such as New York and Toronto and has resulted in improved transport options for these vulnerable passengers. Bus lane access would also reduce travel times and costs, as taxis would be able to make a more direct route instead of the enforced diversions. Furthermore, allowing taxis in all these lanes would benefit other passengers by reducing congestion and implementing an overall efficiency of the transport system. So, Congress, we must demand access for these lanes. And with our own GMB councillors and our GMB Assembly members, we have to remember that policies are not law, and they can be changed, and they must be changed. I move.
Well done, Mike. Thank you. Seconder.
President, Congress. Tracy Beeson from the London region, seconding motion 252 on buses and taxis. Congress, the mover of the motion has outlined the issue as he works in the industry and sees this every day. Just before the last bank holiday, we have seen press stories that TfL ran a pilot scheme which allowed non-emergency NHS ambulances, police cars and fire service vehicles to use the London bus lanes. In the case of the passenger transport ambulances taking patients to and from the hospital, this resulted in a 20% drop in missed appointments. TfL have restricted access to other vehicles to free up the lane for buses. We welcome this motion being referred and ask the GMB to speak to TfL and local authorities to consider expanding bus lanes to allow other licensed vehicles carrying the public as they too be carrying patients. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Tracy. Mover of motion 254. Can people please make sure their phones are on silent? I can hear it ringing.
It's not mine, is it?
No.
Madam President, Mike Tinian moving motion 254, ULEZ, the demonisation of the poor and disabled. There's a bit of a theme. Congress, Transport for London has failed. Failed to regulate, failed to balance its book twice, failed to travel in public, and failed in its cycling policy. Transport for London cycling policy has failed. We give up hundreds of miles of central London's road space to cycle lanes in a bid to reduce the number of vehicles in central London. ULEZ was brought in to tax a working man out of his vehicle, and it has failed. As I drive around London, I would say 90% of the vehicles in central London are there for work purposes: couriers, taxis, private hire. The majority being ULEZ compliant, creating a gap in TfL's funding. Now the ever-expanding ultra-low emission zone is spreading right to the edges of the M25 motorway, where its impact will be devastating. And you think it's just a London thing. You think, again, it's going to come to a street near you very, very soon. Those in the low-income families just cannot afford to buy ULEZ-compliant vehicles, let alone the £12.50 a day it will cost to run a non-compliant vehicle in their own road. Bus and rail services are being slashed and in many cases are running at maximum capacity at certain times of day. To the elderly, the infirm and the poorest in society, their little runaround is essential to get to work, the doctors and hospital appointments, or just to get to the shops. The Mayor of London has a scrappage scheme where you can trade in your old vehicle and take on the crippling debt of a new vehicle. Excuse me. One of my neighbours is 83. She drives every day. She's a volunteer at the local hospital where she goes to see her friends and does a bit for the community. In August, all that stops. ULEZ will literally take her life away. We cannot allow this to happen to her and thousands of people like her. London Region has already started a campaign to lobby the Mayor. And excuse me, Congress, we have to stop the ULEZ expansion. We must use our political resources within Parliament and local councils and the London Assembly, who, by the way, have been definitely quiet on this subject. The only man that's making a noise about it is the Mayor of London, because he's written a book about it. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Mike. Seconder.
Back again. President, Congress, I'm Luke Simcock from the London Region. I stand before you today to express my deep concern about the expansion of the ULEZ zones. Its borders are going out to the M25, and this policy will have devastating effects on the poorest workers and disabled members of our society. The ULEZ will force people out of their vehicles and onto public transport, but I've just been up here speaking about how public transport isn't good enough. It's not fair, it's not right, and it is a policy that demonises the poor and the disabled members of our society and forces them to pay for something that isn't their fault. The research that Sadiq Khan himself has asked for and has consulted within this whole process shows that the ULEZ makes very little difference to air quality. And yet, it has a massive impact on the lives of those who can least afford it. This is nothing but a money grab. It's unacceptable. We cannot allow this to happen. We must call for the Mayor of London to curb his new form of taxation and protect the most vulnerable members of our society. We cannot let ULEZ become a policy that discriminates against those who are already struggling to make ends meet. Therefore, I urge for you to vote in favour of this motion and send a clear message to the Mayor of London that the rest of the country will to the Mayor of London and the rest of the country that we will not stand by and allow the demonisation of our poor and our disabled people. We must protect those who are most in need and ensure that our policies are fair and just for all. I just had my car written off, and it was a diesel car. It wasn't going to be ULEZ compliant, and it had dropped by £400 before it had even come in. So I've already lost 400 quid because of this. Now, I'm just letting you know that, like, they're saying, oh, you can sell your car, and then, like, because I wasn't eligible for the scrapping thing, you can sell your car, and then, like, you know, do that, and then and buy a new one. No, the money for the cars that aren't eligible is already dropped. So it's an even bigger gap. Yeah, I'm pleased to put this motion. I second.
Thank you, Luke. I think you moved it, didn't you, Luke? I think you moved it, didn't you? No, you seconded it. Okay. I got lost in there. That was 254. No, you're right. You did second it. I'm confused. That's mover of motion 255 now, please.
President, Congress, Gavin Downey, London Region, moving motion 255 on zero emissions. Congress, since this motion was submitted, there has been major changes in the targets now being set by the EU, which underlines the call for flexibility in how the UK government goes about implementing the targets for zero emissions vehicles. The UK has set a target of 2030 to phase out the sale of new cars fuelled by petrol and diesel and be replaced with electric-powered cars using batteries. However, the EU, pressed by the German government, has a target of 2035 and will now allow vehicles to be powered by engines burning net-zero synthetic fuels as well as batteries. This is a major and very significant change in the economic landscape for the car industry. It will be interesting to see if the usual range of voices calling for close alignment between the UK and the EU on trade matters advocates the UK falling in line with the EU target of 2035 and allowing synthetic fuel-powered engines as well as batteries. Any UK government, given this background, will be well advised to adopt maximum flexibility in implementing the target, even to the point of pushing the 2030 target back to 2035 and keeping an open mind about the use of synthetic fuelled engines as well as batteries. Serious money will be invested in net zero synthetic fuels research and development. It is far too early to predict what the future holds in this. Fining manufacturers for not meeting arbitrary targets for electric cars in these circumstances would be madness. In addition, last week Fiat announced a £3,000 discount on its electric cars. So if you want one, go and get one now. And said that demand for electric cars from consumers had levelled off since last year and was now running at well below the target of 22% based on current plans. Fiat asked for the government to reintroduce the subsidies for electric cars, which is ended last year. There is little point in forcing manufacturers to make cars that consumers are not prepared to buy. In addition, to use the language of Niall Bevan about socialism being the language of priorities, one has to question whether it is the best way to spend scarce public money to achieve a target next year that no other country in Europe is trying to achieve. Flexibility has to be the name of the game here. When GMB representatives meet with Labour Party leaders and with other policymakers, they should spell out to them that the approach this Congress has adopted on this crucial issue, that the transition to net zero carbon emissions by 2050 must be done in a way that does not destroy our industrial base, which is the basis for our prosperity as a nation. This is to be one of the key factors in setting out roadmaps and targets on the road to net zero. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Gavin. And the seconder, please. The last speaker of the afternoon.
President, Congress, Godwin Acacia, seconding motion number 255. Congress, the motion is only seeking to highlight the immediate impact of a harsh, unfriendly, and hasty implementation of the emission targets, which creates a huge additional burden to cut transport emissions through new measures in order to meet the targets. Such measures may include, and not only this, significant increases in fuel taxes, increase in fines to manufacturers, and a ban on non-compliant vehicles plying the roads, just as the expected expansion of the ULEZ zone come 29th August this year. The immediate result is a massive economic and financial burden on both the motorists and the vehicle manufacturers. With cost of living crisis now afflicting households, many motorists affected by this scheme are not in any position to upgrade their fleet at this time to meet the targets. And they may even miss out on the 110 million scrappage scheme because of its insufficient and restricted nature. The additional intended consequence will be on the vehicle manufacturers, who will be left out of pocket by lack of sales and accumulated stocks of unfinished products. Understandably, Congress, achieving the vehicle emission target may be an appropriate thing to do in the long run. But there is every need at this moment for a more friendly, flexible, and balanced implementation approach to manage the immediate impact of the process on the vehicle manufacturers and the motorists that helps progress the growth of the national economy. Therefore, Congress, support this motion as second.
Great timing to end with, Godwin. Thank you. There's no opposition, so can I ask Dean Gilligan to respond on behalf of the CEC, please?
Are you all tired? I'll plough through this, and hopefully the reason will still dance with me tonight after I've read this out, but there we go. President, Congress, Dean Gilligan speaking on behalf of the CEC on motions 252, 254, both of which we are asking the regions to refer back. On motion 252, where buses go, taxis go, we are sympathetic to the motion and we recognise that there are inconsistencies between local authorities' policies on the bus lanes used by taxis and private hire vehicles. Given that this motion could affect other groups of GMB members, including bus workers and local authority transport officers, we are asking that the motion be referred so that the issues can be examined in more detail. For example, it may be appropriate to have exemptions for bus lanes that form the spine of exceptionally busy and high-frequency public transport services. On motion 254, ULEZ, the demonisation of the poor and disabled, the CSC agrees that without mitigations, the cost of adapting to ultra-low emission zones, ULEZ, will be hardest for those on low incomes to meet. This motion will take us beyond existing policy, which called for exemptions for some groups of workers, and commit us to opposing ULEZ outright. This would have implications for most members of London and southern regions. Both regions are campaigning on this issue, and we are asking that the motion be referred so that the regions can consider the calls of the motion in more detail. To sum up, Congress, the CEC is asking for both motions to be referred. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Does London agree to refer motion 252? Thank you. And 254? Thank you. That means there's no vote, so I can go straight to the vote on motion 255. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Anyone against? Motion 255 is carried. And that brings us to the close of the session this afternoon. So have a very lovely last evening Congress and be back in the hall at 9:30 for tomorrow morning.